Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another stream. Are we live yet? Are we live? We're live? Oh yeah, we're live. Right. Good evening. Welcome to another stream. And tonight we're going to be playing a bit of D&D with Okran, the level 15 Paladin / Bard. And we're just about getting set up and getting going. And yes, we had a bit of a shopping episode last session, getting ready and prepared. We were thinking about going back into the City of Brass because we had some unfinished business down there. We just finished the Binto episode. The dragon is destroyed. Yeah, so we're just trying to work out where we go. So, if I get to 50 followers, so please like, share, follow, and subscribe. If I get to 50 followers, I will do a personal one shot for the viewers only. And if you are unfortunate enough to not be able to watch the rest of this stream, then I would be putting this up on YouTube within 24 hours. And you could either watch it on the playback on Twitch. I've seen some snippets of my new layout and I'm loving it lots, and I can't wait to show it to you. And it's just going to be insane. There's changes happening over the few weeks just to make it better for you. So without further ado, I'm going to go see if the group's ready, and we'll get live very soon. Hello.
Did you say you're live?
Live, yes, we've gone live.
Okay. Cool.
You had a haircut, Dan.
I've had a shave.
She's looking quite presentable.
I've got the bum fluff gone, you know.
I look homeless with my beard and my hair at the minute.
Well, I did look
I'm
homeless.
getting there. I'm getting there.
Alright, I'm gonna share this with everyone.
In this time, I'm actually managed to start to get a beard now.
Yeah.
There's just fluff on my chin.
I cut mine down to 9 mil, and I think I measured the longest hair at 4 centimeters.
I'm losing it
So-
from my head and it's going to my face. I don't know why.
Well, it could be worse. You could be gaining it on your ears.
Oh, mate. Ugh.
You know you're old when you're getting hair out your ears.
So, who's doing the recap?
Okay.
Thank you, Adam.
Get an accurate
So-
one.
Having defeated Ice Breath, worshipped as Bidden Toe, the White Dragon scourge of the Din Mountain tribes, the Sapphire Stars returned to his lair the next morning, set upon trying to convince the mountain folk to return to their former tribes. After displaying your trophy skull to the tribe, Gorgomore stepped forward and, with the aid of Okran and Tiny, tried to make his argument to disperse them back to their former tribes and to aid the elders and keep the old ways going. Many were unsure, seeing the strength Bidden Toe embodied as a sign of how life should be, and not wishing to waste their strength tending to those too weak to look after themselves. A Goliath, formerly of the Ngalagala tribe, named as Taugan, stepped forward and claimed Gorgomore did not know strength, and challenged him to stand by his words in combat. With the fight begun, only a few short bouts of back and forth were enough for Judas to recognise magic at play, his frenzy not hiding the magical speed with which he attacked. Sneaking into the crowd, he found a kobold under a hooded cloak concentrating very intently and clubbed him over the back of the head. With haste removed, the Goliath was magically frozen, and the crowd turned against him, his lies falling poorly on their ears. In desperation, he still tried to lunge forward and kill Gorgomore to prove himself, but with a few more blows traded, Gorgomore stood victorious, sparing his life and banishing him from his sight. Nearly 2/3 of the tribesmen decided to return to their original tribes, some switching the tribes they were returning to, but nonetheless going back to how the old ways were, with the rest choosing to stay and forge their own path. You then returned to Evermond and spent some time around the town, seeing to some of the less important information gathering and background work that you all needed to complete before trying to decide on your next path, and discussing as a group have chosen to head north and try and find the druids of the coast, although you haven't left yet. And that's where we'll pick up.
Yeah, wow.
As you've spent a week in downtime, I forgot you spent the night out in the woods in the mountains as well, seeing to Tiny's needs as the full moon rose.
Put it a nicer way.
That was Tiny's time of the month.
That was the nice way.
Was that the nice
Oh,
way?
okay. Fair do.
With a week to prepare, how are you travelling north? What are you looking for? Where are you going?
We spoke with the Circle of the Forest about them anyway, didn't we? And they told us the general gist of where they were.
Yeah, relative to their forest, they did, yeah.
Yeah. So I've got an idea of where to look. So it's just a case of how people wish to do it.
Could you
We
take
could,
us close by tree?
Yes, very close. Well, not very close, but in that neck of the island. And then we could easily travel by wing or by mist.
Unless you want me to teleport us, but mine will be probably less accurate than yours.
Well, we don't know where it is, so we're going to have to look around anyway.
That's what I mean. I can teleport us to the forest, but I think that's close as we can get. But
Yeah.
we might not end up at the forest.
And how many times can you teleport a day?
2 at the minute.
I can do thingy 3 times, so
Yeah.
I'll choose up one of mine. To gets close at least, but then it's whether people wish to travel by air or by foot.
So I like air, and as I flap my wings.
How fast can you move with those?
About as fast as you can on foot.
Okay.
But it makes life interesting.
Certainly does.
And did you actually put on your inventory that you have one of my feathers? Because your scry spells and stuff like that.
No, you didn't say anything about it, but I can.
I did give you. I plucked it, didn't I? And like gave it to you, and you tucked it away. But I thought.
Yeah, I didn't put it as a like that though. I will though.
Yeah. I thought later on, it's actually useful if you want to scry on me or something if I go missing. Not that I'm planning on going missing.
We never
No
plan on a lot
foreshadowing
of
at
things.
all right there.
We never plan on a lot of things, but they happen.
Out of the blue, yeah.
Adam, obviously we spoke about me talking to Tamaroni about items. Are we going to retcon that conversation, or do you want me to go back and speak to him?
Currently, sort of with the meetings that you had with him through the week, you get the idea that his primary focus at the moment is not enchanting magics, and a lot of the magics that are sort of being discussed are a little beyond his current sort of library of skills. And he's it's going to take a little while. So any conversations you want to have with him, there is plenty of time.
Yeah.
To discuss more sort of the ideas and that.
Sounds good.
So we've got a bit of travelling to do, eh?
Yeah, we're going back up your neck of the woods, Okran.
Yes, back there. We're going to see the circles though, won't we? That's the plan, isn't it?
Yes, we're looking for the circle of the coast.
So, yes.
They're in the swamp to the north, apparently. The north of Deladir.
Yeah.
North of the Wicked Woods.
Yeah. Do I know much about these swamps, Adam?
You would know that they are within a different duchy.
Yeah.
So where Deladir is within the Duchy of the Brightwoods, the Duchess Astorio reigns over north of the woods that you previously visited. Outside of that, you wouldn't know that much because you wouldn't have travelled that far afield.
Yeah, okay.
You'd probably know it's probably a couple of days. If you get to sort of the northern end of the forest, it'd still be another couple of days travel from there to the marshes. And maybe another day from when you hit the marsh edge to when you'd hit the coast.
Yeah, okay.
The marsh itself is vast. Easily a couple of days as the bird flies. Travelling through it is typically not something that's done.
Oh, yes, I just realised I made a mistake. Thanks, Alex.
Apparently, Daniel is playing The Last of Us 2.
It's a bit weird. Sorry,
So,
I'll upgrade that.
we could go somewhere nearby, and then would we prefer to go by wing or by mist?
Either is fine with me. I have no preference, whichever is
I think
easier.
mist might be... mist would be easier.
Fast travel's great, right.
Mist would be easier, and you have your own control over when you can return.
Yeah, I think that would be best then.
I will prepare my spells for that day. Animal shapes is cool, but might be a more niche thing.
Maybe more helpful for when we need to swim somewhere.
Definitely.
There you go, Adam. You got your D&D Beyond on there for you.
Excellent. So I know just how much damage to do.
Yeah.
No. Oh, I only wanted to look around to try and get those materials made, Adam, before we leave. To start someone, if they can, making those, or talking to Tam to see if there's anywhere we might be able to procure those materials I need for those conjure spells. If you say they're okay for me to use.
Yeah, I think so. You could probably hire someone to try and find them.
Judas.
If you give an exact list of what they are,
I shall
then
do.
some of them will be a little bit more niche than others,
Uh-huh.
and may require someone to go a little further afield to find.
Would we not need to see about picking up some of that diamond dust we had commissioned as well?
Yes, we'll see if they got any of that finished.
Could definitely come in handy before going to a swamp
Yes.
So it's been sort of a week and a half or so since you commissioned it, and they've definitely managed to get 3 lots ready for you.
Gems. We have gems we need to sort out at the same time. Have you looked through your spells, Granth?
Yes.
What do you need?
I don't need anything. There is
Well then,
items I would like, but they are not gems. So
well then. We have. Where is it? $46 gems that aren't gems that we would like to keep. Because there were 4 agates in there that I wouldn't mind keeping for the awakened spell because they are rather niche. Would you like to take any diamonds out of that? Or how many uses of how many diamonds dust did we get, Adam?
You had 11 queued. They had 3 completed as you visited them during your week of downtime.
Yep.
Powdering diamonds is time consuming.
There's
Sorry, go ahead.
there's no issue with using any surplus and just leaving them in our leaving with Oberon.
Put it this way: if we pick up those other 8, we're going to have 14 uses of that spell in the bag, and I've got 3 on me.
Yeah.
I think we're good for a bit. Do we want to just sell these diamonds to them?
I mean, we might as well get them made and then just put them in with Oberon in case we don't come across diamonds for a long time. I
Don't
don't.
We could just buy them though.
doesn't
Yeah.
Oberon need some diamonds for his research and things?
You probably will need some.
Thing, Adam, that we know of.
Well, I'm just going on the spell requirements for those spells.
We
with
don't
diamonds.
know that, do we? Do we know that?
You would know sort of legends and myths of way back when that sort of thing actually happened. The sort of requirements and the diamonds were definitely used.
So how many diamonds were in that 46 more gems?
So I believe I said 3 before.
Okay. So we still have 46 gems of various types.
Yeah.
43, sorry, of various types. Are we gonna sell those to the Jewelers Guild?
Should use them to is the word I'm looking for embellish
What?
items in the
Maybe
keep?
put them towards jewel encrusted bowls.
Yeah.
They said they would not do them. They told me to go to the south.
Yeah, but you can keep them to give to the guy in the south who could make them.
Yeah.
We could, but that's more 1,000 gold's worth of little gems. This is a single gem worth 1,000 gold.
Okay.
Whereas if we
Yeah,
have 1,000 gold, we could just buy one off.
I mean, if it makes sense to sell them, then sell them, I guess.
They're your gems, Gorba.
Using the logic that we can just buy the dust at any point if we need. When you sell to a pawn shop, the 100 gold item you sell, you'll get 60 gold for. Then when you need to buy it back, it's 100 gold.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see both points.
The diamonds we should keep, but the rest we can get rid of.
Yeah.
I've already taken the diamonds out. They're not even that equation.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
The diamonds aren't even in that at all.
So
This is just 43 various other sapphires, rubies, and whatnot.
So if they're gems that none of us need, and we don't need for spells, and we don't need, sell them for currency. We'll drop it at the bank, then go see the dudes.
So we'll go to the Jewel Crafters Guild.
Okay, they hand you over the 3 diamond dusts that they'd already completed for you, and you're trying to sell them the others.
Ask for another back room to show them 43 gems worth 1,000 gold pieces each.
They nod you through, and you can see a couple of sort of familiar faces clock you as you make your way in, and some work behind the scenes as you sort of walk through has clearly happened to make sure a room is available to bring you through almost immediately. Sitting with you, a few clerks sit around and start to sort of value the gems and definitely value them at the same value that the Deck of Many Things does, 1,000 gold pieces each.
God damn, I want another card.
So does that mean I can cross off these 43 gems and add 43,000 gold?
Yeah.
Sweet.
They're happy to either try and exchange it into currency as it is, or to exchange it
put
for
it
a
as a
slip
slip.
for the Guild of Coins to just
Should
put it
we
straight in there.
keep it as a slip and then just keep... Because at the moment we've got 1,000 gold on us. We've just got like... I say pocket change, it's 1,000 bloody gold.
Yeah, let's just keep it as a slip and take them straight, like the same as we did last time.
Same as we did last time. We'll go with the guy and then we'll get a back room at the bank.
Yeah. Yep. Just quickly out of curiosity, how long ago was it that we last went to the bank? It was only a few days ago.
A week?
So the last time would have been before your week's downtime, so it would have been about a week ago.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Oh, Adam. While we're at the Jewelers Guild, we have 14 blue tinted diamonds and some clear diamonds and a rose tinted diamond that we found in the floor of the dragon's sleeping chamber. How much are they worth?
Do you want them valued?
Yes, please.
Worthless.
And are they all diamonds? Because if they are, we can use this for other things potentially.
So the rose tinted diamond is valued at around 8,000 gold pieces.
Damn.
The sapphire blue sort of tinted diamonds in total would be valued at around another 12,000 gold.
Do we need any more buildings for
Oberon's going to look in the bank and be like, what?
What have they been doing?
Just
Okay,
putting it
so-
out there, should we buy another keep?
I mean, at this point,
Let's buy
Why
one
not?
and rent it out.
Compound.
Let's buy
at
one and
this
rent
point,
it.
should we just buy out the count?
I don't think
I
we're
don't think
quite
we got
that
no,
rich.
yeah,
how
we're not
much is it? How much is a ducal title at this point? Nobody's going to argue with Gorgamor.
So we've got a rose tinted diamond. Is there anything special about it? Like, apart from the fact it's just valuable?
No, just the large size of it, the clarity and the hue are quite rare and quite valuable. There's no magical properties to any of them.
Anyone thoughts?
Trade it for the money, and
I was going to say, no value.
well, while we're on this next part of our adventure, let's put some consideration into the next couple of rooms we should build, and maybe increase speed at which they're done,
yes.
or quantity at which we do them. Obviously,
make-
now when he's coming in more regularly, we can
Or
get it done quicker.
or improve them.
Yeah.
Could I ask the bank teller, like, if their bank is limited just to this island?
Wait, which bank? The
We're not at a
jewelers.
bank,
or-
we're a
No, the
jewelers.
bank when we go there.
Okay, no, the bank is across all the seas. It's across all the isles. Any like main cities we go to is going to have one of these branches where.
What,
you can
even
withdraw
like
money.
the big trading city?
That's what I checked before I made the account.
It's helpful.
Okay.
I think
If
ahead.
we went to that big trading city,
We can get our
we
money
would
out there.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's like that city we went to the other week. We could have got our money out there, but because I only just opened the account,
Yeah.
it hadn't transferred over.
That
yet.
was on this island though.
Yeah, but no, it's across all the islands, and
Okay.
it's one of those reputable places where even smaller banks would understand that money promised is money that would be given.
Yeah.
That was my understanding, right, Adam?
Yeah, especially if you carry like a notarized parchment to make sure that it's guaranteed. Like the ring itself will maybe, depending on your abilities to swindle your way through, maybe work, but sort of a notarized check would
saying
definitely carry some weight in most places.
These guys are ballers. Something along those lines, or something a bit more professional.
Famous.
While we're at the Jewelers Guild, can I exchange 2 gems worth 100 each for some coinage?
Yeah. You can get in sort of whatever denomination you wish, which is something that can be done at the Guild of the Jewelers and the Guild of Coins. Either way.
So I've had these 2 gems worth 100 since created this character. Might as well get the cash. Although it's a drop in the hat.
We've got another 20 grand coming in from all those gems then, yeah?
If you wish to trade all those gems in, yeah. Or if you just wish to have them sit in your account within the Guild of Coins, it's up to you.
So,
we'll trade them in for like a ticket, then go over to the bank and trade them in.
It's a lot safer that way. Just don't lose the ticket.
Well, no, don't lose Judas's hand.
Or you need to lose 2 people, so it's fine.
Oh, okay, we've got backup.
You got Okran.
Judas is probably the best person to hold it.
I don't know, Chief. Gorgon doesn't go down.
So you all travelling together at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Judas has the slip.
Yeah.
I thought there would have been a jeweler's representative with us as well. So.
Or is it at the point where they kind of trust us enough to just give us the slip? Or...
They'd be coming with you. You can hold the slip as you travel or not.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Judas will keep it.
Yeah.
Okay. As you sort of head over, there's not much difference, not much distance between the Jewelers Guild and the Guild of Coins.
Yeah.
But as you walk over the street, make a perception check.
I feel sorry for the guy that tries to mug us.
Yeah.
Your money or your life?
That's 20.
Fireball.
How about your life?
Well, here's the question now, child.
How many scars does he have on him?
How many more is he going to get?
You see sort of within the sort of quite busy square of guilds that you're in, a shifty looking, a little younger than yourself, human, maybe sort of 19 or 20, and you can sort of see the face and the eyes have definitely had that look of someone that's had a bit of a rough start to life. As he sort of clocks the group starting to leave the Jewelers Guild, and with a member of the Jewelers Guild with them, starts to walk towards you. But as you sort of see him and looking him up and down, he definitely catches you doing it, and immediately turns and sort of fades into the background and tries to disappear in the crowd.
With the maid.
Is he still looking as he walks away?
As he's turned and looked away, he's not looking back or anything. But despite his attempts to hide, you definitely got a bead on him. He makes his way sort of.
I'm gonna call him. Hey, boy.
Someone's got some.
He
big
breaks
balls.
into a run. Ducks a little lower into the crowd and starts
do we
trying
see
to
this
dash from
man
people to
running?
people. Make a perception check.
I'll do that as well.
Just suddenly a man running off.
Perception, yeah.
Oh, I don't see shit. That's a natural one.
As you look around, there's just a few people sort of milling around, and Judas watches as his natural 18 is not enough to beat your 31 perception. As he sort of ducks behind people, slows his walking between the group, and then starts to dash after he's hidden behind another group. Got some skill, got some talent, but definitely seems to have seen that he was rumbled and not try anything as he sort of disappears behind one of the back streets.
Well, knowing that we're carrying a lot of money at the minute, I'm not going to go after him.
Yeah.
I will say to the group though that obviously he was just a street urchin after some money, and just I will just mention casually I was going to give him some gold. Sucker ran away.
I mean, if there is someone in need of gold that much, I'm sure we could part with some.
Yeah. I would like to keep memory of his face so that I can have a look for him afterwards and offer him a job.
Okay, make an insight check.
16.
Yeah, you definitely feel like you've got a good grasp on some of the creases along the face, some of the sort of intricacies of how he looked. You can sort of see the person from the Guild of Jewelers is looking a little bit shocked and sort of a little incredulous at the idea of giving the criminal gold for being a criminal.
Well.
It's going to give him a job in farming, which is what Judas used to do.
Yes. A lot of money in farming. I will move the group along towards the bank.
The last 30 or so feet are uneventful, thankfully, as you keep a weather eye to make sure that the strange fellow has not returned. Who did we lose?
Matt.
Matt.
AFK.
That's fine. You make your way into the Guild of Coins and sort of nodding to your previous teller, they sort of gesture behind them and start to lead you into a back room almost straight away, bypassing some of the queues to a few disgruntled moans as just sort of under the breath enough to not actually catch what they're saying, but clearly directed at you. As you just sort of waltz in and walk into the back. With the guild member there and the note signed by the Guild of Jewels, not a difficult transaction, and your gold is deposited safely.
63,000 gold.
I would like to apologise to the teller about the the amount of time it's been between deposits and the little amount we're dropping in. And I'm obviously going to be doing it sarcastically.
You see him sort of sitting there notarizing his forms and his ledgers to make sure that the correct amounts have been transferred, and you can see him roll his eyes hard as he looks down at the sheet. doesn't say anything. Keeps a polite smile on his face, but there is a very clear sort of in the corner of your eye. Yeah.
Like, fuck off, buddy.
Yeah.
As a point of note, guys, because you would all know, we now have 129,430 gold in the bank.
Nice.
That's enough for another small keep.
What? That's so much money. Jesus wept.
I mean, with that much and no way to really spend it as such, there's every chance that we could offer to help Tamaronan with his research.
We need to see how much we're spending on the to get the keep up and running. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe we can buy him, if you know what I mean.
Did you say buy him?
No, I do not know what you mean.
Well, that's not
Slavery is not okay.
No, that's not what I mean.
God.
Employ him.
Just because he's a different race than you think it's okay to buy him? Oh my god, Dan.
All right,
Whoa.
This is the half elf of you coming out. The injustices of the southern continent.
Just helping you stream there, Dan.
It's alright. It's content.
Jesus. So, is there anything else we need before we go?
I don't believe I do.
Sure, I can think of anything.
In terms of supplies, you've obviously got your tent settled, and there's more than enough time for you to have gotten food and water ready for the trip ahead of whenever you decide to leave.
Yeah.
Shall we be off then? Oh, Adam, I sent you a list of those items.
Yeah.
Would I be able to have sorted out a means of procuring them with Judas's help?
If you wish to enlist Judas in that, or at least the knowledge of that. A
think
lot of
Judas
those items are
Knows those kind of people.
going to be rare. It's either going to be the difficulty of trying to find someone that can make them, or the difficulty of finding them made. And no one in the, large as it is, town of Evermond has the skill or capabilities of crafting that sort of thing.
Okay, then I'll go with Judas, wherever he thinks would be fit, and see if I can get them sourced.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Because they are very strange items. Very unique items, should I say.
I mean, in terms of who Judas would know, it would be the contacts of the town.
Yeah, I would as a go to Maria.
Because Maria's offered to find us things before.
Yeah. I would do a bit of shopping around first, just so I would know if Maria was ripping me off or not.
Yeah.
Mm.
Get the money.
So in terms of what you know of the gold costs, that would sort of translate to, rather than the meta cost of knowing, it must be exactly that to the penny and pound. More that sort of level of craftsmanship.
Yeah.
And with the sort of uniqueness of the items, I don't know if you're aware of what they are, Judas. There's not going to be any traders or any competition.
Okay, yeah. So it's,
Right.
we're going to pay
how
what we
to
have to
provide
pay.
them.
Judas. They're not completely like essential, but to use those spells, I need them. So the first is a feather, a tuft of fur, a fishtail inside a gilded acorn worth at least 200 gold pieces. The next is a gilded flower worth at least 300 gold pieces. And the next is an air, a pebble, ash, and water inside a crystal vial worth at least 400 gold pieces.
Do you know what I would do? We are about to go and see a druid's village. Why don't we see if they have any of those specifically druid spell items?
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth getting them from someone who might consider that, oh, that's not too out of the ordinary. That's like, 300 gold for that. Rather than someone going, I'm going to have to send people all over the fucking world to find these. That's 500,000. I don't know. Yeah, we're going there anyway, so we can ask Maria, or let's go to the druid place first, then come back and ask Maria if we've had no luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or would you like me to ask Maria, get a shopping list, because she might be able to tell me if she can obtain them, and if she can't, then we can look at other stuff.
I'm sure it'll be the same as before, where she'll have us pay a fee, and then if she can't find them, then that's that.
Yeah.
So
That's why
let's go to
I'm
the
thinking
druids.
go to the druids first, yeah.
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 So, if I get this right, you're going to go to Maria, yeah?
No.
Not at the minute.
Okay.
Later. Maybe later, babes.
Later, okay. Because if you go to Maria, I'll go to the cathedral and I'll stock up on holy water and stuff like that.
We used it, have we? We got some.
I gave some away, so...
Yeah, but we've never used it.
I know, but never know.
So we've got
I've got a vial of holy water.
That's
Have I?
probably where I give...
I got a flask.
Oh yeah, I've got a flask of holy water.
I have a flask or two.
That woman, she scares me.
It was for use against our vampiric friends.
I don't want to play a game with that woman.
Oh, which I looked in on recently as well. He's still behind that door.
Suck. Oscar.
So, are we going? When are we going to the Karate? Soon.
I don't know.
No plans to.
I thought we were.
I have.
We decided to go up north.
Okran found out something recently. He wishes to go there.
And I thought you wanted to go and have a look at the Sphinx.
I don't know where it is.
That's why the best place to look is nearby, isn't it? Nearby it.
I've been told that that's where it might be, but it is a desert bigger than near 4 times this entire continent.
So the best place I think
We would
is
go to Jabala.
Jabala. That's it. That's the word, Jabala. I thought it was Tabala, but no, that's Jabala.
This is Jabala. It is the largest city there. There's also a city near. What was it? There's a magical event that happened there, Karanth? Am I wrong?
Is he wrong, Adam?
He's not wrong. No, in talking to a few of the arcane wizards that are about, you did sort of part of the splitting the Sako Sabar, the closest planar link.
I'd say that's where Sabah was linked, wasn't it?
The wizard's plane to the material world was near Jabala in the Karati, what is now known as the Karati Desert.
Or desert, as it says on the map.
Yeah, which I haven't looked into yet.
I do believe there was a reason that Gorgomor might be interested in going to Otopai as well.
There is absolutely no rush for that.
I know, but I thought it'd be fun. No, there is 2 other things I wish to do on this here first. I need to find the other circle.
Yeah, I want to find out this reptilian creature, and the only lead I have is Jabala.
What in Jabala?
There's that archmage.
Ah, the illusions.
Yes.
She in Jabala?
Yes.
I thought she was in the city of brass.
No, not that I know of.
The Grand Caliph from the city of Jalabala.
Yeah, that's the person I need to go speak with.
His Chassoise.
We need to get a bottle of nice wine then before we go there.
Yeah, there's only so much information I can find out myself.
She spoke to Faish for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I owe her a nice bottle of wine if we're going that way.
Okay. That's the only reason why I wouldn't mind going over there. I thought you had business over there as well, so.
I shall.
So you set out your preparations complete, ready to travel north to try and find the circle of the coast?
Do you believe so? Let me have a quick look at the bag. So, are the dragon materials with Tamarona at the moment?
Yeah, the ones that
Or
you
will
have
there be
requested
like
to have
some left
items
over?
made out of, you will have left with him, including some of these scales to make the armor and some of the leather to make the armor for Judas.
So
Whilst
the
it's
bone
not-
and skull are gone.
Yeah,
Dragon claws.
I believe the dragon claws weren't being used for anything.
Dragon fangs. One of those was a dagger. One was part of the maul, right? The short sword,
those
correct?
those ones would be with
And
him.
how many of the 20 pounds of scales?
It would be around 14 pounds.
So we've got 6 pounds of dragon scales.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Those 3 are with Oberon. Garistro braces. Pair of Garistro horns that Tamarona was interested in. We have 3 diamonds worth 1,000 gold. Potion of Storm Giant Strength, Potion of Mind Reading. Some Zarsadon minted coins that we might go to Arpide to see if there's any collectors that wanted. I think was the only real thing to do with them.
Yeah, because they weren't really that valuable, were they?
Darksteel Longsword +1, and then some coin. Yes. Unless there's any more personal provisions anyone wishes to grab.
No, I'm golden.
I think we are ready.
For myself.
think I'm fine. Do we speak to Tamaroni? Sorry, I was FK.
No.
Okay, good. Oh, we're just doing a quick stock take on items and stuff.
Yes.
It's fine.
Unless there's something you need.
I think we're fairly stocked up and everything.
Yeah, we spent some time doing it, didn't we?
And your chat with Tamarin's already happened, kind of thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's working on whatever.
No, I still need to tell him what items I want him to work on. He knows he's making me a sword and armor, but I need to tell him like what specifics. But
Do you want to go do that, or
Adam said we've got time.
Yeah, in terms of him sort of being skilled and having the information in front of him to be able to cast those sort of enchantments and to have it stick, he's a little ways away, which he has described to the group. But he's very keen on the idea.
So I imagine making the items is going to be like the part that's going to be pretty time consuming, and then at some point he's going to go, and we'd discuss enchantments, and he's going to put them on there once he's figured out how.
Ready for them now.
So are you travelling from the keep or from the town?
town would be the easiest? Because we can go to the cathedral. I haven't moved a tree into the keep yet.
Yeah, so
That'd be the
I'd say
next bit
sort
of
of
downtime.
concluding some of your last business, you'd have stayed the last night within the Spooky Spoon. And
If we had a day or two to deal, I might have done something with the keep to get the tree, but
I'd say that would have been a decision that you'd have had to make for your downtime.
Yep.
So for now, if we're deciding to get on with stuff, then it can wait until you return. You head towards the central cathedral with the large grown tree within the central part of it. And walking up, you start to cast
transport via plants.
Transport via plants. And walking up to it, you run a familiar hand over the bark and start to find where to aim and start to grasp with both hands and render the bark in two, opening up a small gateway to another tree at the I'm assuming the north ends of the Wicked Woods.
Yes, yeah. In the Banzai Forest.
Yeah. As far north as you can remember seeing a tree.
Yep.
That is of an equivalent size. And with a few steps from the group, you find yourselves transported, each crawling through the tree into another land. You find yourself in the Banzai Forest. What would you like to do?
Shall we continue on then?
Sure.
Yeah.
I will use a 7th level spell slot to cast Windwalk.
Taking a moment and sort of feeling down with the forest around you, a comforted place to be for Tiny, definitely, even if it's not his home forest. Feeling the wind rustling through the trees overhead, you
The undergrowth beneath my toes.
Incant your magic words, and everyone starts to dissipate into mist.
Apparate.
And with that, find themselves with great speed heading up to the sky above, looking down as the great forest below spreads out beneath them. You can see to the north it ends slightly with a few hills on the far horizon.
What's that coming over the hill?
Guide us north. Towards the swamp.
Oh man. Yeah, swamps. I don't like swamps.
Tin Can of the Swamp's going to go down.
I think you mean start heading north then.
You start to head north. You find yourself flying over what is quite a hilly and rocky terrain beneath you. A few sort of tall hillocks standing proud of the rest of the land. Doesn't look to be many settlements or many larger villages. A few small hamlets with little plumes of smoke coming out from a couple of buildings. But relatively early in the day, and you can't see, even as you sort of cross what seems to be some worked stone path that leads from west to east. You still don't see many traders or people with carts travelling over as you fly high above, and looking north as you keep travelling.
The only benefit of being this level,
You see spread before you the
fast travel.
dark, murky wetlands of a swamp. What would have been maybe a couple of days' travel, only having taken about 2.5 hours or so, whistling through the winds high above.
It's a bit.
I'd like to, if we can, trace the eastern edge of the swamp to the coast.
Not hard to do, is your windwalked form. You can see sort of it runs sort of southwest to northeast to begin with, a bit of a diagonal. Following that up, you would see after another maybe hour and a half of travelling, you see the vast sea spread out before you. You start to come to what is a cliff edge that then rapidly descends, and you see marshland sort of heading inland, with some short beaches and some just leaking out into the sea around. From your position on high, you can see to your northwest, following the coastline. It just seems to continue marsh meeting sea. Make a perception check. You would spot not far off, sort of on the horizon of your view, what looks like a small wooden settlement with a couple of piers pointing out into the water.
I shall head towards that. Sorry, I'm eating a bit of my dinner.
Heading towards that and lowering yourself, you can definitely see some sort of fishing settlement, wooden buildings, although no plumes of smoke coming out of this one. The buildings all seem to be, as you sort of get a little lower and have a proper look over it, all the buildings seem to be stood on stilts with wooden walkways between them, and 3 great piers reaching out maybe 60 feet into the sea.
Any ships docked or boats?
No ships docked.
I'm gonna have us land a little bit away, like out of sight, on the coast.
Okay. You make your way as close to the sea as you dare. As you land and transform back into yourselves, there is the sort of sinking feeling of mud underneath that is.
I will begin to ritual cast water walking.
And as I start to sink because I'm heavy as hell, I
Because I'm a utility boy.
and then pop back up. Oh, just
60 feet around. You just have a little hop. There we go.
You know, my boots are starting to get muddy as they sink.
So are you ritual casting water walk, or are you just casting it
ritual
normally?
casting.
Yeah, okay.
Taking a bit of time.
Yeah, so as you start walking around, you're all squelching through the mud. Okran definitely being moving through rough terrain at this point. With each squelching step, your foot is sucked into the mud as you try and take the next step, and it's just sort of using your arms to try and lever your body's weight to try and carry you along.
I told you I don't like the swamp. And then obviously the spell happens in about, what, 11 minutes?
Yeah, 11 minutes, I think it is.
I
Oh
mean,
no, it'll be 10 minutes and 6 seconds.
By the time Tiny is getting close towards finishing the casting of the spell, you would come across a sort of crisscross path of wooden platforms. No buildings just yet, but seem to lead sort of parallel to the coastline, just set back a little further.
Pathways that have been dropped down.
thank you very
Pardon?
much, Fang, for the follow. Appreciate that, thank you. And the
Let
host.
us, let's go on.
Yes. I'm going to look at Tiny and I'm going to go, thank you. You are so helpful.
As the spell takes effect and you follow some of the wooden walkways, the mud underfoot is still giving way a little bit, but as you start to sort of compress it, you're standing on top of the water that is squelched out from it, which is an unusual feeling. You sort of start to sink only briefly and then walk on top of,
Like it's spongy.
yeah, almost. It's if anything, more unsettling than just sinking into the mud, because at least
Boing,
that's
boing,
normal.
boing. Bouncing.
At least that's normal.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like the magic happy place in Rick and Morty.
Is it like
You're just bouncing along.
we're like walking on the moon or something like that?
A little
I think
bit,
we're
a
gonna be
little bit more
bouncing.
bounce, a little bit more elasticity in how you're moving. You follow the path around, and you can see just in the distance the edge of the village. All wooden structures, all single story, all mounted on these thick wooden posts that have been obviously treated with some thick tar or oil to try and protect them from the swampy surround.
Is there anyone like wandering about?
You can't see any activity or any movement.
Keep going.
You head
Wander out.
closer and you get to the borders of the town, starting to sort of get within earshot if there were people about. But looking down, there's maybe a dozen, maybe a little more buildings, and you can't see anyone moving around.
I'll shout out. Hello! Is there anybody here?
No response.
Hey Tony, is this normal?
Never been here before.
Would you like me to pop some sensors?
I think it's rather strange for a village built so out of the way to have no one in it. Let's have a look around.
As we get a bit,
Maybe they're on a nature walk.
yeah, as we get closer, whereas Tiny leads us in closer, I'll pop my sensors, see what I can sense. I take it you're walking into the main. Are you walking straight into it, Tony?
I'm walking to the village, yeah.
Okay. When
Have a
we're
look around.
when we're in the village, I'll pop it. This is where we get jumped by some.
You make your way sort of within the outer perimeter of the buildings that are closest to you, and you can see a window on the building to your left that must have had wooden shutters rather than glass windows. They're just sort of left wide open, and you can see within what looks like almost a slimy floor. Sort of peering in, you can see a lot of the furniture's on the opposite side of the room.
As if it's been moved out of the way.
Flooded.
More as if it's been pushed all into one side of the room.
What's the floor like here? I know we're water walking, but is it very wet?
So to be within the village perimeter, you'd be on the wooden stilts.
Right.
to sort of start
Is
going
that like
between
raised
the buildings.
walkways between the buildings?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The whole village is on sort of
Yeah.
a raised wooden platform, essentially.
Like Okran was just saying, does it look as if like the tide has come in or something and swept through the buildings?
Like a tsunami sort of thing.
Hard to tell from this point. There is enough holes in the slats in the wood beneath where any water sort of would have drained out.
So
But the wood definitely looks slick and
wet, yeah.
like something's growing on it, more like algae sort of covered, rather than just plain treated wood.
Everyone, let's have a little bit of a look around. How
So-
far across is the village?
Not far at all. Maybe 100, 120 feet from sort of far wall of one building to the far wall, the opposite wall on the far building.
So-
Coranth, did you want to give us a quick aerial look?
Can do.
Just to keep
And
an eye out in case anything's about.
I will
Not too high, of course.
summon my familiar.
You have wings.
I also have an eagle.
How can you see through that?
I can see what he sees. I can't see myself while doing it.
I'd rather if you went up with your own eyes then, because we would need someone here to look after you.
Okay. I will disappear the eagle and fly up myself.
While he's doing that, I'm going to pull out my holy symbol to Nawala and I'm going to go, Nawala, give my eyes the sight needed and the senses around me. See if there's anything evil aloft to us. And I'm gonna do divine sense from where I'm standing, just to see if I get anything straight away.
Okay, you spread your senses far. You don't sense any undead or any fiends or celestials within 60 feet of you.
Okay, that's a good start.
Have a little look around then, a little spread out.
Let's have a look. Yeah, definitely, 100%. Go. First of all, I'm gonna go to that room, the window. Have a proper look inside that window.
I'm going to go investigate a different house while he has a look at that one.
Okay, as you're sort of
That's sweet
looking
and
in
clear.
and looking around, you can see there's a few bits of furniture. There doesn't seem to have been much cloth. A lot of it is just sort of hardened wood, and you can see the same colour of the wood underneath your making the platform, and the outside of the buildings has been used, and a lot of the making of the furniture has definitely been treated or coated with the same sort of thing. There's a few bits of a couple of fishing rods laying scattered on the floor.
Okay. Is Tiny nearby?
Yeah, he's not too far. He's just sort of going across the street to the other building.
Hey, Tiny, is the occupants of this place humanoid?
I'm not sure. I've never been here.
Just wondering, just in case I don't want to get jumped by a load of fish people.
I'm not sure. As I said, you
Yeah.
lived closer to this than I have.
I've never ventured this far north. I haven't had the need to be fair. Okay. Is there a door to this building?
You make your way around, and it's closed at the moment.
Is it unlocked? I'm going to knock on it. Actually, I'm going to knock on it.
You walk forward and give it a few sharp knocks, but doesn't seem to be any response. Tony, as you walk to the other side of the street, you look the door facing you, so sort of opposite the window, is closed as well. Doesn't seem to have been burst open or anything like the window did.
I'll knock on the door or the window, whichever's closest.
As you all sort of move into the village, you can hear the sounds of Okran and Tiny knocking on doors, and no responses, no movement
What do I see
or
from up on high?
Hello, Avon.
scuffles. As you fly up, you see definitely no signs of movement, no people moving around, and you get the unique perspective of the roofs on the buildings. A couple of them are slanted a little way away from the coast, almost forcefully, sort of not quite where they're supposed to be. And you can see on the far side, so closer to the swamp than the coast, several of them have sort of darker patches on the far side where something's definitely started to grow, and some algae and moss started to take over.
I'll relay that information to Tiny via message.
They are moved. As if something pushed them.
Something did something. I don't know whether the sea do this, or maybe a creature.
I'm not exactly the most knowledgeable on the ocean, Adam, and its ways. How knowledgeable am I on the new spells that I just got, though?
Have you cast them at all?
I have not yet.
So they are suspicions to you.
Okay.
But not confirmed.
I'm specifically talking about the tsunami spell.
Yep.
Shitload of water just coming in your hands. Oh shit, that's what that spell did.
Shitload. It's a bit more than a shitload.
Yeah.
I could level this village with that thing.
Oh god.
Yeah, druids get a bit nuts. Hang on,
Do I know of any creature that could do what I'm seeing? Like, do I know of a kraken? Or a leviathan?
There's
or whatever?
all sorts of legends and myths of creatures, especially in the dark depths.
Yeah.
You've had no response from inside the buildings for a couple of minutes now.
I'll go into one.
I was going to say, is it locked?
Okay. As Okran tries the door, that one's locked, but the one that Tiny tries is just open. And as you open it, you see a little flood of water come from behind the door, sort of wash over the planks and just sort of form a small puddle around your feet before sinking through the floorboards.
Yeah, can I get some on my finger? Is it salt water?
You reach down and sort of try and taste it a little bit. Definitely quite salty.
Okay. Have I seen any druidic anywhere?
And a little stagnant.
Yeah.
Not at this point. You haven't seen any, no.
Okay, I'm gonna have a look around the house that I'm in then.
Okay, make an investigation check.
And I'll call out that it looks like there's water in the buildings. Not sure anyone is in any. We should have a closer look around. Like to Judas and Gorgamore to have a nosy about as well.
I would like. Sorry, carry on.
You go.
I would like to go invisible and then start looking around.
Okay, you make an investigation check as well. Looking around that house, Tiny, you would notice that sort of on the opposite wall, so the wall that would be facing the sea, there aren't any windows or any doors leading out. Seems to be a simple sort of 3-room, almost bungalow with quite small rooms. The initial room that you walked into seems to have been some sort of kitchen. And you can see the floor is treated and more solid. The slats have been sort of covered over, and there is a small amount of water held within the bottom, just sort of squelching underfoot. Looking around, there are a couple of pots that are hung down from the rafters. They've obviously been used to sort of store foods or something out of the reach of small creatures trying to hunt for food in these places. And looking and sort of tipping one a little bit, you get the smell of stagnant salt water as just a drip pours down and sort of trickles into the water underneath.
What, in the pots that are hanging from the ceiling?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's sort of strings hanging from the rafters and pots just sort of a little lower than head height, some of them a little taller. Obviously you're quite a large fellow, so most of them fall within your eye line. And looking over, you can see that there is a sink that's of treated wood again, but it's filled to the brim with just dark green, sort of almost brackish salt water.
I don't think anyone's here, Tiny.
And there's nothing of note in the other rooms. It just look like basic living chambers. Does it look like belongings have hurriedly been taken or anything?
With your investigation check, I would say it doesn't look like any possessions have been taken, but there are a couple of objects in the room, in the bedroom specifically, that seem to have been righted, where everything else has been sort of shunted or moved a little bit. There are just a couple of ornaments that have been stood back upright. Not taken or moved or anything, but just strikes you as odd.
As if
As
someone
you-
came back.
Yeah, as you look around the town, Judas, there is definitely no one here. And you can tell that a couple of these doors have been unlocked. Not with the skill of a farmer such as yourself. Some of them have been sort of jimmied and forced.
Yeah.
Others have been left locked. But
Do they look like they've been attempted to be unlocked? So like they've been left locked because they were difficult locks, or because they weren't even tried?
they weren't even tried for the ones that are still locked.
So for the
Can I recognise any like
new
pattern, or
villas,
is it just a hasty whichever
Judas
house
is a
looks
rogue.
nicer they broke into?
and he calls his
None of these houses look nice enough to
skill
break into.
farming.
This is a sort of a
Every
small
time
backwater
we
fishing
talk
village.
about his
Yeah.
skill,
Whatever
we say
I
he's
didn't
got
know
good
if
coin they
farming
had
skills.
isn't going to have lasted long.
And
I
his
didn't know if any of the
farming
houses were like,
tools.
like maybe the ship
quite funny,
captains that had, like 2 stories rather than just one shithole mud hut. But no,
Doesn't seem to be. None of them are sort of, as you can sort of see the furniture in that, a lot of them are sort of a similar quality. A couple of the houses are slightly bigger than others, but there doesn't seem to be any pattern between which ones have been broken into and which ones haven't.
Yeah. I'll start looking at the houses that have been broken into, see if I can see anything. See if does it look like they're just generic looting, or was someone maybe looking for something?
Make another investigation check as you're sort of searching through a couple of the houses.
19.
Keeping a weather item, if you were not as accomplished as you were in your beginning days, there are definitely things around that would have been valuable enough to sell to someone. Maybe not big money, but if you're going through these sort of belongings, you sort of take everything that you can try and flog.
Yeah.
There's definitely been like a wasteful amount left behind for anyone that's tried to actually rob these people.
So it's more like they're trying to find something specific, but picked up a few trinkets while they're doing it.
You don't know what was there before to know if there's anything missing at all, but there's definitely enough around that you think they've
a
left
lot
at least.
Yeah.
I'd say with that investigation check as well, you would notice that a couple of the beds have been made.
Okay. Were the houses unlocked in like 1, 2, 3 unlocked, and then all of a sudden 4, 5, 6 unlocked, or is it like 1 and 4 unlocked and 2, 3 unlocked?
Yeah, it's definitely not like the first half of the village is locked and the second half isn't. It's just a spattering of houses around the village.
I didn't know if there was like we'd be able to figure out where they found what they were looking for, but yeah. I will relay this information to the group.
Beds have been made.
Yeah, I was just saying, I'm going to point to the house that I looked at. I said that one's locked.
Would you like it to be unlocked?
Would that be breaking and entering?
I can look. Let me go and have a look at the door.
Okay, it might be unlocked. I might have not seen it, or we'll figure that out.
It's not breaking and entering, it's investigatory.
I investigated through the window. No one was in distress, so I don't need to break.
I'm going to say, should I do this quietly?
You're a good farmer, my friend. I'll let you judge that.
Okay. I'm going to walk up to the door, and I'm going to kick the fucking door down.
Fucking hell! I'm going to turn around and go.
Make an athletics check.
Athletics.
I will take advantage on that athletics check, thank you.
Okay, you steady yourself for a moment. reach in and try
What?
to kick the door down.
What?
Adam's got this new thing where if you just ask nicely, let you have it.
Yeah, but then you got to remember
Once
the
you're
enemies
given
as
the
well.
obligatory bribe before the session.
Yeah. It's £100
Per advantage.
Yeah.
Per advantage, yeah. It's all
Um,
about the monetization.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a rogue ability.
You leveled up, didn't you?
He uses a bonus action, I think it is, to give himself advantage on the next check. So, with a 17, you manage to shake the door on its hinges and get a good idea of the lock behind you. It's just a simple wooden bar that's been sort of slatted behind it. There's no complex lock or anything, but you're unable to kick the door free.
Quick twang. Oh.
You don't, however, land flat on your ass, which is a positive.
Damn it.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
Me and Gorgon were going to walk up and watch.
I'm good. I'm looking at Judas going, Judas, that's not my
I'm
mate.
gonna do that thing where I look at Gorgamore and I see him kind of gesturing like, want me to do it? And I'm like, I've got this.
No, I can do it.
Kick it a bit higher. Kick it a bit
Yeah.
higher.
I'm gonna take like a run up now and probably like charge into it.
Doof.
I'm just gonna stand back and I'm gonna stand there with arms folded, just smiling.
Hey,
You're
hey,
just waiting and shoulder slamming it.
I know,
Yeah.
bardic
Okay.
inspiration don't give it to skills, is it? Damn it. Alright, don't worry about it.
I think it is the skills, isn't it?
Is it? I should know
I
this.
thought it was to everything. For
You should
bardic
know this.
inspiration.
I should know this. You
Should
going
know
like
this,
that?
Mr.
Don't worry about that. I'm just fucking about.
I'm going to go, Judas, that's not how you do it. Nawala shows us how to do it. And I'm going to give you an inspiration.
Are you really? Oh,
No, don't. Okay.
I've got loads, mate. I have loads.
Okay.
You have a D6.
Just enough
So-
athletics.
With advantage again, do your athletics. You take a step back, take a few breaths,
Oh!
charge towards it.
Not even with that D6.
the dice tell.
Oh my god!
You see Judas, his face sort of full of
No, yeah,
pride,
I'm going
sort
to
of
put.
glancing a couple of times towards Gorgamore.
you
Eyes
can
at the
do
door,
this. You
and,
feel great.
Hang on, wait. Judas.
Sail.
He's already done it. Let me explain it.
Oh, sorry.
You see him take a few breaths, look a couple of times at Gorgamore, run towards the door, and you can see just about 3 feet before the door, there's enough of a wobble, there's a slip on the wooden floor where he just loses his balance enough to just end up shouldered like he's been thrown into a door, basically, bouncing back off of it and landing on the side of the
I'm gonna go help him up.
on the side of the walkway.
I'm gonna help him with timing.
After I get helped up, I'm gonna walk up and just unlock it with my thieves tools.
Hey, well, there's a window.
It's a wooden bar, isn't it?
There's an open window there.
There's also
Make
an
a-
open window.
Yeah.
Make a thieves' tools check.
Fucking doors.
Just close the
Every
window.
time.
There's an open window. Just climb in.
Did you actually say there's an open window?
Yeah.
Yes.
I said, Judas, why don't you just use the open window?
And as you do, there's a loud clunk of wood as Judas has just, in almost a second, taken out his thieves' tools, slipped it behind, and managed
Clunk.
to lever up the wood off as the door swings wide in front of him.
I'm impressed.
I'm gonna walk over to Gorgon and say, maybe I'll keep doing it my way and you keep doing it your way.
I think that might be best.
I just imagine Gorgamore standing there like completely arms crossed, just like.
Puny human.
Right, we'll have a little nosy around.
You have a look, and there are a couple of places sort of on the wooden seat where sort of the actual sort of seat part of it is worn over time. There's a definite groove that someone's worked even into the wood. It's an old piece of furniture, and in those you can see small puddles of water just sitting. The whole house smells quite strongly of sort of decaying wood, stagnant water, and it's not a pleasant place to be in. As you look through, the doors within this house are all closed on the inside, which wasn't the case when you went into the unlocked houses.
Yeah,
Hello, is there anybody here?
I did shout earlier. No one said anything.
We don't mean you any harm. We're just here to ask some questions.
And the quietness is quite worrying. Should we
Go on.
have a little look?
Yes. Is there they're like slanted roofs, or are they like flat roofs?
They're all slanted. They're all slanted in
Is
one
it slanted
direction.
in a way that like the rooms are hollow up to the ceiling, or is there like an attic space?
There's no attic spaces. It's
Okay.
exposed beam.
And under the house is just floor gap marsh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
You sort of like get down on your knees and have a look and make sure, and yeah, you can just sort of see some of them have like a little bit of mud or a little bit of sort of growth underneath that's sort of wafted through, but there's definitely sort of more water than land, this close to the sea at least.
So, we'll
Is
have
it? Sorry.
I was going to say, we'll start having a look. Start
Yeah, if it's a
investigating.
3-bedroom setup, we'll open both the doors.
Yeah, go and have a look around properly, have a proper look.
I'm going to go invisible again. I'll be stealthy.
Okay.
Keep an eye on my friends.
You have a look at the other couple of rooms, and they seem to have. One of them seems to have stayed a lot drier. The other one, the window is facing opposite to the sea, so sort of facing towards the swamp. The window is still closed, but there's definitely been sort of water washed in from the window, and it's sort of pooled around it, and the window still has a nice green coating of algae.
You said it was facing away from the ocean.
Yeah, so this is sort of facing more inland. It hasn't been burst open,
Oh, yeah.
but there's still sort of water is.
Oh, I get you. So it's come from the other side. Yeah. Right.
The water that, if it is like a wave, then it would have had to return back to the ocean.
Mm-hmm. Or into the land.
So there's nothing really of import in here. Does it just look like a pair of bedrooms, or?
Yeah, just a pair of bedrooms, and then the main living space was the one with the window and the door that you came in on.
No sign of anyone.
No sign of anyone.
Does it look like there's been anyone here recently? Any tracks in the moss or the algae that aren't ours?
So you would notice that where sort of like some of the pots are, there's no sort of molded, disintegrated food that's sort of been kept around this house. It seems to be empty of any sort of consumables. There's no sort of like stores of stoppered water or food at all. Definitely not been lived in for a little while. A couple of months at least.
Okay. I'm gonna call out the window and ask Karanth if he's seen anything out there.
Can I see anything out to see?
You cast your eye out to sea, and no, there's a few waves sort of on the horizon, on the sort of like the periphery of your vision. You can see sort of waves breaking around some sort of rock or collection, but that's it's a good few, good like sort of mile maybe out to sea. There's no movement around you, and sort of looking to the west, deeper within the swamp, you can just sort of see the swamp continues. There's a few bent, sort of hardened trees that are sort of laying at a bit of an angle. No great movements, no people that you can see, definitely.
Does the trees that are bent and hardened, you said, does that look natural, like a natural occurrence, or is that look like man-made?
You look over, and the angle just seems to be like the ground's given underneath them. It's just sort of the species of tree. The type of trunk is not the same sort of bark that you'd see on an oak or a birch tree. It's much more weather resistant. accustomed to the local environment.
Used to it. Hmm.
Yeah. I'll relay what I can see to Tiny. You can relay it to everybody else.
So where now, Tiny? There is clearly no one around here.
Because they've been around here for a while.
So where would they have gone? Inland?
I'm not sure.
Do we even know if this is your...
I see no sign of it being anything to do with the circle.
Could this have just been a fishing village that's gone into ruins?
High chance.
Yeah. There's no boats though, is there?
No,
Hmm.
but this has been left for quite a while now.
Quite like to check one of the houses where it looks like the roof has been forcibly moved.
You head out, and there's one of them that's already unlocked. You head inside and sort of try and look around, and you can see above you the support beams within the roof have some great dirty big cracks in them, and some of these support beams have twisted, so the top half of the building is sort of twisted around a little, which has obviously made the roof from above look like it's moved a little. But it's more likely that the building at some point with wind and rain is gonna come down.
But it looks perfectly plausible that it could have been natural that did this. There's no like claw marks or indentations in the wood that could have been something larger that wrapped something around it and pulled it.
Yeah, there's definitely not any sort of like battle damage or markings on the wood. It's more that a great pressure has been put sort of sideways on the building, that it's not been built to withstand. Looking around this house, you would notice, as sort of Tiny pointed out, that there was no food in the other one. There is the smell of some rotting food coming from some of the pots and storage cupboards that have been in the kitchen area.
Meet back up with the others. Don't think that there's anything to find here. Maybe we should continue looking for your circle.
So I was told by the Circle of the Forest Dwarves that they reside on the coast, so we should keep going.
Let's do it.
We still have the Windwalk. Merely concentrate and we can keep flying.
You'll take a step towards the center of the what looks like an abandoned village. Take a moment to concentrate and return your forms to wind as you float up. You see the coast continue on up.
As we start flying up and away, do we see any movement below us or anything?
Make a perception check.
Fuck me, 7.
Underneath within the village, there's definitely no movement.
Okay. Start going on towards the along the coast then. What have you damned me for, dice? Don't know what I've missed. So continue on along the coast then. What is it, northwest?
You start heading northwest, following the coast, sort of keeping towards the marshland and the coast. And sort of another 15 minutes or so of following this. There are a couple of sporadic wooden buildings that are just sort of dotted within the marsh, but sort of going down and taking a brief look at them. None of them look like homes, more like travelers' huts, more like a hunting lodge or a hunting cabin.
Cabins set up for people on their travels to stay in.
Yeah, with a small sort of section around them set with wood. None of them seem to have the same sort of water or algae growing on them as the village before. And sort of have been left with very little within them. More just sort of a roof over your head if you need it in the vast expanse that is the swamp that seems to continue inland. Heading further up the coast, another 5 minutes or so, you would spot on the horizon a small ship travelling maybe sort of a half a mile out to sea, following the coastline and going in the opposite direction to yourselves.
Sorry, what was that?
A small ship about half a mile off the coast.
Following the same direction or the opposite?
Opposite direction, so heading towards you as you're heading towards it.
How much longer do we have on the Windwalk's like 8 hours, so I'm assuming we've got shit tons of time left.
Yeah, you've not used half of it yet.
Yeah. Anything recognizable about it? Like, can we see any colors on it?
Doesn't seem to be a large ship.
Partnership.
It's about half a mile away, so you'd have to start making your way towards it to see anything more. Doesn't seem to be flying any flags.
I'll guide us down to the ground so we can have a little chat about it. Yeah. Okay, so
You head
anyone
down,
wanted to
try
say?
and find a dry piece of land. There's a small stretch of sand
We
breaking
can
the
can
gap
walk.
between the
We're good.
marsh. Yeah, trying to break the gap between the marsh and the sea. There's a small strip of sand that you will land on.
Anybody wish to investigate the boat at all? It could just be a ship passing. I'm assuming it is, but if anyone had any thoughts.
Having a look to see if I see any strange views on it. Any like red flags, any pirate flags.
Having spent a little bit of time on ships recently, travelling towards Evermond, you would see it's quite a small ship. Definitely not sort of a navy or a trade vessel. Probably more of a fishing ship. It's only got a tiny mast on it. Before you settle down and start to speak about it.
It could be returning to the village we just left.
Could be.
I mean, it seems unlikely.
Yeah.
Place looked like it had been abandoned for a while.
Apart from that, oh yes, true.
They could be going from a different village and they might know your people or what happened to that other village.
That's true. They may know where the circle is.
How are we going to talk to them without alarming them?
I could fly out to them.
I think that's rather alarming.
I could fly
Depends
out
if
to
they're
them
religious.
invisible and appear in front of their captain with my swords drawn.
I think it might be 1 or 2 people on that vessel, not so much. I mean, we could all fly out there.
No, but I meant I could actually fly out there, not invisible or anything.
I
So
know.
they see me coming. And
Yes,
you guys
I
just
do
follow
not
me.
believe I would be very I think it would worry me greatly if I saw a man flying towards me while I was fishing.
You could always pretend to be an angel.
That's not nice.
Is it not?
What if he's a man of God and he suddenly is led the wrong way?
But we're the ones asking for directions.
I can't argue with that logic. We could keep going and look along the coast, or we could go try and inquire with this person.
So an angel flies up to a boat and goes, "Excuse me, where's the nearest circle village?"
Where's the nearest village?
What's the
I'm a little
punchline?
bit lost.
I think the punchline is a fireball.
Well, I
I've
don't
seen
fireball
anything of
everybody.
Paranth. Do you not?
No.
I've even seen you fireball yourself.
Yes, but there was something on top of me. Wasn't there a great big wyvern on top of me?
There
Was
that time,
indeed
yeah.
a wyvern harassing you, yes. That
Harassing. That's a nice way of putting it.
I do believe I was in its mouth.
Good times.
Got PTSD after that.
They were certainly times.
Yep.
There was much glory in those fights, in those battles. You can't take that away from us.
Several years of
Gorgamore.
counselling.
Take that away from me.
Gorgamore. Do you remember you leaping from the wall chasing down some giants?
Twice.
And didn't Okran go the wrong way?
I did, yes. And that took me almost the entire fight to get back.
I do believe Gorgamore had killed the fire giant leader in the opening salvo, did he not? And you were still riding towards the gate in the wrong direction.
Let's not get into who did what heroic deed.
Calg turns over in his grave.
Gonna come back as a lice, yeah?
Wait, grave, didn't we just leave him in the field? We weren't part of the cleanup crew.
It's only because we couldn't cremate them.
This is true, it is hard to cremate a fire giant. I tried.
Oh, we built that pyre, didn't we, in the camp? And then they wouldn't burn. So, we're going to talk to this individual or not? Or try to.
I think we should.
I mean, we could appear on top of the water in front of the boat.
They'll probably know where we're going to go. But we do it, you know, not scarily.
How do we do it not scarily?
Is it actually, is it on the water, is it?
It's half a
Yeah,
mile
it's
out
just-
in the water.
It's sailing along.
Oh, we walking, aren't we? So we can just walk up to it, right?
Yes, but it's sailing. How fast does it go?
No idea. They might not even know where the directions are. 'Cause they might
Let's
just
go
be
have a
saying-
closer look. I'm going to start turning into mist.
You turn into mist and start floating out over the sea, taking a little bit of distance between you and the ship. And as you sort of approach it, it's just sort of slowly travelling, a little bit of wind in its sails, sort of carrying it along. Definitely not a massive ship. You can only sort of see one person on the top deck. There may be a small space underneath. It's maybe sort of 15 feet long, 7, maybe 8 feet wide at its widest point, with a small mast that sort of stands about 10 feet tall. Definitely a small sailing ship, a small fishing ship.
If we revert back over the water, will we land on the surface?
How
But I
long does
walk.
your walk last?
That is the next good question.
An hour, isn't it?
I could have recast it on the shore, if it's the case.
Did you?
It is 1 hour.
I'd say you'd still have it if you cast it whilst you're in the village. The amount of time it took you to investigate the other buildings hasn't been too long, so you'd still have it for a little while. Yeah.
Okie dokie. So I'll go ahead of the boat. Is everyone with me, or am I on my own?
No,
I'm with you.
I'm with you.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead of the
I'm with
boat
you.
a decent distance and revert back.
Okay.
Stand off the water. Then call out to the boat.
You take a moment out in the. You give it sort of like a good few hundred feet, to make sure that you're properly reverted before the time it starts to get close to you. And as the boat appears, you can sort of gets closer and closer. You can see the sailor on the top deck, just sort of sitting by the back of the boat, looking around, holding the till, keeping it sort of on a straight course. As you look around and spots you on the horizon, you don't see him jump out of his skin. He's a relatively older gentleman, sort of maybe late 40s, early 50s. Hair
Seems
still
a big
mostly got
man.
its own colour.
Full-blown heart attack.
You sort of see him look over towards Tiny, and sort of a questioning look on his face. He adjusts the course of the ship slightly so that it's going to go past you, not over you, and continues sailing towards you.
If I grabbed hold of the side of the boat, would I slide along on the surface? Like
Yeah.
slowly ski.
You got no traction on
Yeah,
water,
okay.
I'm afraid.
I'll try to do that as he gets closer. Then, if it doesn't immediately stop. Obviously, you can't because you don't really have brakes on a boat.
As I say, you can see him put a little bit of slack into the sails to try and reduce the speed a little bit as he gets closer and says, "What brings you to these waters?"
Looking for some directions, actually.
I've not seen one of your skin before. What do wise men know of the sea?
I do not know much of the sea, unfortunately, though I am looking for a group that know very much.
And you are a wise man of a different kind.
Indeed. Can I see any druidic on his boat?
Make a perception check.
Perception?
Yeah.
I click persuasion by accident.
Is it really bad though? I
It's
want
only a
them
10.
to have Jolly Roger written on the side in Druidic.
It's his name, Jolly Roger.
As the sort of ship approaches, you don't see anything on the hull, but there's sort of a little, on the top deck, there's a little bit of a sheltered sort of standing area, more than a cabin. It's open on two sides, but sort of shielded a little bit from the weather in one direction at least. You do see a small druidic mark for friend.
Are you
As you grab hold of the side of the boat and start to
drifting sideways? Are you one of the circle, my friend?
sort of looks you up and down a little bit and says, "I don't know about much circles. I'm one of the boat."
One of the boat.
An insight chicken.
Do you want to cloud insight check him?
Sorry, what insight chicken?
You're a cloud right now.
You missed.
Oh yes. Okay, no, I can't understand him. Can I, as a cloud?
You could really inside check
Can
him. You could
understand
go
him.
inside him. What
But if
happens
I-
if we could breathe?
If
If
I
he
could
breathes us in?
if I can understand him, I would insight check it. Yeah.
If he breathes you in, you stop to be a cohesive singular and just die.
Okay. Just asking for a friend.
Right. Was that a yes? I don't know.
What were you trying to do?
I was gonna see if he was well, not lying, steering away from the truth about the circle.
It depends if you're getting close enough to be able to tell that, at which point there would be sort of a mist form hanging around the boat. At the moment, it's only tiny within sort of close distance to him.
Okay, yes, no, I won't then, because it just cause problems. I thought I was closer than that. No, that's fine. Not an issue. Tiny's got this.
Yeah, says you want directions. I'll help you. And he points out towards the sea. That way is sea. He points back and he says, that way is land of sorts. Well, I don't hang by the coast too long.
Why not?
There are foul waters running in this place recently.
Is that what happened to the village just east?
There have been a few villages that have felt a little bit of rougher weather than we are used to. Dangerous times to be in this area.
I see a marking on your boat that says friend. Is it your vessel?
This is my vessel, although I wish to know who has marked it. And he sort of looks around and tries to see what you've seen.
Where do you come from, my friend? We're looking for a village on the coast.
There are a few fishing villages on the coast. I come from one of the further north ones, although not many are of much note. Who is it you seek?
I seek people that mine own used to work alongside, and it has been long since. I wish to reunite some bindings. Maybe a village where someone from the south, from the forest to the south, has visited recently.
I don't know about much visitors, as not many can travel through the swamps far enough. Mostly we get some sailors, but those are only those brave enough to go past the shoals off the coast. And they are few and far between. What do your travelling friends look like?
I am not too sure. It has been that long since we have had proper contact.
I don't know that I can help you too much then, but
Just knowing that there are some villages still along the coast that hold people is enough.
hold people or held people at one point that, as I say, do not stay to the coast too long or in too great a number.
Are these villages more inland then, or are they still on the coast?
I have visited a couple of them. Most are still on the coast, for we make our business with fishing and cannot do that within the swamp.
Thank you, my friend. Good luck. Happy fishing.
He says, thank you. Do you have any wisdom to offer?
Well, the land-like stuff is that way, and I think the ocean is that way.
He sort of smiles and nods towards you and says, sounds like a wise man's words.
Indeed. Can I insight check him about the who has marked my boat stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, if my computer doesn't have a heart attack trying to load up that. In the side, the check.
Alex, are you there? Hello?
21.
Me?
No, I was just trying to mess with Alex.
Thanks.
There was a little bit of a smirk when he was saying it and sort of looking around as if he was almost sort of joking, but nothing malicious.
So, do I get the idea that he knows what the mark is? Because from what I heard, it was as if he was literally like, "What? What do you want about?"
Yeah, that's sort of what he said, but he almost sort of pointedly didn't look towards where it actually was.
So I could. Okay, cool. So he knows it's there. Or I can assume.
Yeah.
I and my friends will be on our way then. I am tiny, by the way.
Greetings, Tiny. You say of friends?
Yes, and I'll point up to the wispy clouds above me.
Has the group travelled down a little so that they're sort of distinguishable from the sky above?
Yeah.
It looks up and it says, I must confess I have seen stranger things than most, but that is still new.
It is a most useful magic, my friend. I hope I shall see you again soon.
I hope your friends find their footing again.
I'm sure we will. And I'll start turning back into mist, holding onto the side of his boat. So I'm not just standing there in the middle of
You
the
see him just sort of watching you slowly transform. And yeah, there's sort of a look of
What
wonder.
the... That man just turned into
You,
mist.
Turn back into mist and start to fly off. You hear behind you a break in the sort of veneer of calm that he's being given, and you hear him shouting for someone named Shaw. You're not going to believe this, and runs below decks a little bit after tying the till to keep a straight course. You can see him sort of rush just into one of the hatches below decks.
Oh,
as you
so
fly
there's someone
up.
else on the boat. Okay. I'm gonna head us back to the coast and then along north, because I'm assuming they would have heard the conversation.
Got some ambience going.
You head further north, and as you sort of following the coast, travelling this far up, you see what Coranth saw that for quite a long stretch, sort of along the coast, there's definitely some reefs or something, sort of following the coastline for quite a way, about maybe a mile, maybe a little more out to sea. There's definitely something out there that's sort of breaking waves over it. As you travel north, it's about sort of another hour and a half or so before you come across what looks like a 3-building sort of collection on the coast with a pier that sort of leads out. You can see a small fishing boat similar to the one you'd seen before, tied to the pier.
Head in the same way we did before, like a little bit out of the way. You cast walk in, walk up.
Okay, as you're sort of walking through, you can definitely hear some activity in this sort of clump of housing. There's someone either sawing something or doing some carpentry of some sort, definitely. They're just sort of listening out.
Are we back in human form and stuff now?
Yeah, you can be if everyone's
Yeah.
gone back and done the same
Land
thing.
a little bit out of sight. Revert and walk before we approach.
Yep.
Yep.
Fine by me.
And then you said there's a guy doing some carpentry.
You can hear someone as you're sort of approaching. You haven't been able to sort of gain a sight on him. Getting closer and sort of hopping up onto the wooden platforms that sort of reach out from the village. although they are much shorter than the ones in the previous village that you visited. Looking around, you would see someone hunched over some sawhorse, just at the sort of where the pier meets the land, quite close to where the fishing ship is, soaring along, and doesn't seem to notice your approach to begin with.
Hello there. Good afternoon.
You see, he stops what he's doing, sort of looks around a little bit, notices the group, and says, "You're a funny-looking lot."
We are.
Often we get visitors around here.
That we are.
I'm going to be like stealthing at the back of the group, trying to stay outside.
Okay, not difficult to do.
Yeah, I forgot to stand invisible, so I'm just going to like...
And,
I don't blink invisible in front of him, so...
What would you call this place that you live?
So he looks around and says, "Back ass end of nowhere?
Yeah.
What do you call it?"
A village? Wondered if it had a name.
We know one for much for naming places. We travel along the coast as we need.
Are there many boats tied up?
One.
Was there another boat here? We saw a vessel. I spoke to the helmsman. I think that's what they're called.
Yeah. Scratched his beard for a moment. Says, "What way?"
Heading east.
That'll be Elwood then on his fishing trip, trying to find a way around the reefs to get to some of the better fishing spots.
And he said someone about a shore or Sean.
Sure, yeah, Shore's his son. Yes, sails with him.
Do I see any Druidic anywhere?
Make a perception check.
Okie dokie. Don't fail me now. Why do I click the wrong P's? There's 3 of them. 24. They're all
You have a
PE
look
as well.
around, you can't
They're
see
all
any sort of
PER.
druidic markings, and you look over the small fishing vessel, and it's a little bit smaller than the one before. You can't see any from where you are. Doesn't seem to be any about. Says, you're quite nosy at other people's affairs.
Terribly sorry. Is Elwood from this area? Does he travel with you?
He travels up and down. Each vessel sort of has its own berth. We stick to ourselves mostly, but we share news if needed.
Do you know if Elwood has any close friends or anything along the coast?
He berths mostly further up north on some of the larger villages, but they've had a bit of a string of bad luck recently, and a fair few people have left them.
I'd heard of their bad luck. Do you know anything about it?
Only the same rumours as anyone else. Bodies floating up ashore, bloated and rotten.
Bodies of people that live there that have gone missing, or
Sailors, some recognised, some not.
That sounds pretty gruesome.
is this like just a few little houses, or is it just one house?
3 houses. Says, what business brings you into the swamps this far? Not an easy trip without a boat.
Looking for some old acquaintances of my people.
These
Hoping
old
to
acquaintances have
re-establish some
names?
ties. Well, they are part of a circle. An old group.
What's a circle supposed to mean? Not met many people that are circles. I don't know them fishermen.
They are men of nature in different forms. The ones in particular I'm looking for are the ones that revere the ocean and work on it.
Well, I suppose you could call me a man of the circle then.
What kind of magics do you, though, then, my friend?
Well, I have the magic of plucking food from the ocean.
There's a very fine and respectable magic.
Just seen me through a few hard times. What magics do you have?
I'm going to druid craft. Well, I can tell the weather. What's the weather look like it's going to be, Adam?
The weather looks like it's going to be, within a short amount of time, a beautifully clear sky. There's a little bit of cloud at the moment, but your forecast is saying more of a smooth sailing. He says that's a certain kind of magic.
It is indeed.
That'd be most helpful, sailing at sea.
That is why my old acquaintances must do so well.
Make a persuasion check.
$16.
There's a few that had that magic that sail out around these places. But they don't stick to the villages mostly.
Oh no, they stick mostly out on the ocean.
Yes.
How would it be best to find them?
Make another persuasion check. As I'm looking you all over as a very weird looking group.
Team.
Perhaps you would like to draw a picture.
I will find something, and I'll just like trace the symbol for friend to the dirt or mud.
He looks over, doesn't seem to recognise it, and says, well, they have a name for it, but I don't know that'll help you much if you're not from around these parts.
Is that?
The False Harbour.
The False Harbour. Is it not something easy to find then?
Not easy to travel to out there with the reefs follow along. Some of the thicker parts of those, they call a meeting place there. Few sailors indeed can sail through that without wrecking their ship.
How far away? Do you know about where, or is it just somewhere along the shoals?
He nods towards the north side and says it's about half a day sail that way. But, as I say, to get into the reefs and to find the proper harbour, it will be a tricky voyage. I would not take it myself. And he sort of looks down and rubs some sawdust off his knees and sits up a little bit more.
Thank you very much greatly, my friend. You have definitely pointed us in a much more sure direction than we had. Is there anything you need in return for this?
He looks up and down and says, all the coin in the world. As that sounds a fair price to a wise
Not
man.
sure I can do that.
What
However,
wisdom could you offer?
I'm gonna pull out 28 gold coin and just put it in his hand.
He sees your outstretched hand and says, when you say the wise men are your friends,
Indeed. Well, they were once friends of my people, yes.
and you mean them no harm,
Definitely not.
then I shall take this coin with gratitude. And he holds out his hand and takes each of the coins.
And thankfully, we who have no sailing experience will be able to use your advice. And I'll start turning to mist.
He watches you turn to mist and looks towards the rest of the group and says, "That's a queer sight indeed. Is your friend going to be all right?"
Aye, he'll be fine, and I'll turn into mist as well.
We are the weirdest bunch anyone ever meets.
Yeah, as the group sort of turns into mist and starts to fly away, you can just sort of see him just sat there trying to figure out what's just happened and like scratching his head, and you can see him sort of like looking at the gold coins a few times, making sure they're still there and it's actually happening.
Sure they're real.
I'll come out of mist and go, may Noala bless you, and I'll go back to mist from there.
And we'll head in the direction he. If I feel like we've got enough flight time left, I'll go the direction he.
So make an intelligence check.
Ooh, that's not good. 12. Mediocre.
You're a bit more of a landlubber. You don't have a good idea for what sort of distance a half day's sail is, whether that relates to a half day's travel on land or whether ships move, what size ship, how fast was the ship moving. It doesn't really make much sense. You know you've got sort of 3.5 hours of wind walk left, and that's usually enough to cover sort of a couple of days travel by land, so you're reasonably confident.
If I'm reasonably confident, then I shall continue. I shall press on. The direction he said.
Start to press out into more of the sea, and start to sort of look below, and you can see sort of your aerial view as the clouds are clearing up a little bit as you're travelling along. You can see the sun's rays sort of dappling off the top of the waves and reflecting back up, creating sort of a prism. As you look down, there are a few sort of gaps of cloud that give enough cover to stop the sort of like bright reflection, and you can see lurking just beneath the sort of surface of the waves is just a long trench of jagged rocks pointing up from the seabed, out of sort of the depths and the darkness below, and just sort of reaching up to maybe sort of the tallest only a couple of feet beneath the waves, but for the most part sort of 6 or 7 feet down, at which point you start to lose visibility through the water. And you can see this continues for miles and miles, almost exactly a mile out from the coast, as you're sort of following the line. An hour and a half sort of continues on, and you can see this reef starts to get wider and wider, spreading from sort of 100, maybe 150 feet wide, where you sort of first link up to it, to over sort of 400 feet thick of a rocky crag just sticking out from the ocean. There's a few spots where you can sort of see there's a clear path through, but you don't know if that's just smaller rocks underneath the surface or whether that's actually a true path that a ship might be able to get through. And you can imagine that if you're not particularly well skilled at seafaring, this would be a nightmare voyage to try and get through any of this.
Definitely sounds it.
Continuing on up, sort of as it's continued widening below you, make a perception check. I'd say everyone can make a perception check on this one as you're sort of looking around.
Kind of advantage for our bird's eye view.
Straight check.
I mean,
character there. Gugglemore wouldn't have advantage as well because he doesn't have the amulet out. I don't know if Karant has rejoined us yet or not.
He has, he's just a tad busy with stuff going on at the minute. Roll a perception check there. That's a bit unwell.
Yeah, I know, that's fine.
Hey.
Judas and Tiny would both spot as they initially as they start flying over. There seems to be a break in the reefs, but not in a line or in sort of some jagged path leading through. There is a small circle from your high vantage point, and shortly after, Karant notices it as well. As you're looking around, there seems to be you sort of drop down a little bit, and the circle must be about sort of 35, 40 feet wide of what looks like clear ocean. And dropping down and getting a little bit of a better angle on it, you can see the rocks surrounding this are standing a little taller and actually stand proud of the water by about 3 or 4 feet. You can see 8 sort of rocky prongs standing proud of the water.
Flying closer to have a look.
You fly down to just sort of above sea level, and you can see each of these sort of outcrops reaches 3 or 4 feet out of the water, and is not jagged on top. It's been flattened. Each of them stand to be around 1.5 to 2 feet wide at their sort of thinnest point, and they all sort of arch a little bit, sort of concentrically.
Almost like ribs kind of thing going in a little bit.
Yeah.
Can I see anything under the water?
As you're sort of hovering there, no. You just see empty water within the middle at least. Looking around, you can hear seagulls chattering loudly, flying around, and you can't see any sort of movements of fish or anything.
I scoot further to the centre. Or I'm already in the centre.
You're already in the centre.
And the only real place to stand it would be on one of the pillars.
Yeah.
If I stood on the pillars, could I recast water walking on anyone, even if they're made of a mist?
Yeah. I imagine so.
I'll try and do that.
Okay. You float down and you land on one of the pillars, and it's not the most comfortable sensation. You are basically sort of almost standing on like a plinth, a small platform raised out of the ocean, but it's definitely, not impossible. And the seas are relatively calm around you, so there's only sort of small occasional sprays of seawater being flung up towards you.
I am going to do a different order, actually. I'm going to cast water breathing as a ritual, and then water walking. They can both be ritual cast.
Okay.
So it's going to take a while, obviously. But
You stand there and start to connect with the world around you, but this is an uncommon landscape. Make a concentration check. There is no ground underfoot. There is barren rock and sea splashing around towards you.
con save, or
Yeah,
so we normally
concentration.
make for
Yeah, concentration check is normally con save. So.
24.
As unsettling as the world is around you, the cries of the seagulls reassure you a little. that even in this place, nature still thrives. The same sort of creatures that thrive in your home forest, although obviously of a different breed. You manage to retain your connection with nature as you're ritually casting your spells and successfully cast water breathing and water walking on everyone.
And then I'll lower myself off of the rock to stand on the water and kind of like gesture to everyone.
You jump down and compared to the ice of the Din Mountains, there is still some movement underneath. You haven't travelled much on boat, if at all, I don't think. And there's just sort of a gentle rocking as the water underneath you, the waves and currents just ebb and flow just a little bit. Not enough to sort of throw you off your footing, just enough to bob you about just a tiny bit.
Everyone else still missed?
No, I'll drop down with you.
No, I'll drop down with you.
Drop down. I'm staying with the group, guys.
You drop down and stand within the centre of these 8 pillars.
I'm going to
jagged
go invisible pretty quick.
Are we definitely at the right place?
I'm not sure. Maybe? I did cast an additional spell on us, though. And I'll put my face under the water.
As you sort of lean over a little bit, you're still sort of jostling around, and there's a moment where you just sort of plunge your head underneath. Breathe deep and
Can I see
breathe.
anything different with my different?
Not immediately. The light is still sort of piercing through. It's removing some of the reflections, so you can see a little deeper. But you would see within this sort of circle of clear water, there doesn't seem to be any fish swimming below.
Bring my face back out of the water.
With a spray of water coming from his hair as he flings his head back. Tiny emerges.
Because you're worth it.
Yes.
Light glistens from the droplets.
I'm not sure. He called it the Hidden Harbour. So it's just in the centre of this. Can we see like inlet to this place, like a one direction in kind of thing?
You're sort of standing there looking around, and from an eye level, it looks like there's almost a perfectly spaced gap between each of the pillars. There's no one path that would be easier to travel in. They seem to be almost perfectly equally spaced.
Do the pillars like just go down into the water as if they're like a single stone like spire, or?
Yeah, each of them does, yeah.
Do they look like they were created with magical?
Hard to tell. A lot of them are sort of weathered with time.
Weathered down.
Maybe your lantern can shed some light on the situation.
That's a good idea. I'll pull out my lantern revealing.
You see Judas. It was me all along.
I'm gonna have a look around for any druidic symbols as well.
Okay, make an investigation check. As you do that, I'm going to get a glass of water.
I'm gonna go get a drink as well then. Thank you. Click that, and then I'll be. Hey! Right, in a bit. Can I get a drink?
Okay.
broke my chat. I don't know how to get my chat back.
Whoops. I'm just gonna pop for a quick wee.
Poop wee.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Did you enjoy your poo wee?
There's quick wee.
You went to do some cookering?
Yeah, sure.
Weird. Weird flex, but okay.
I see we've lost Matt.
So he left. Let's see. Yeah. Dan, is your stream on at the minute?
got seagulls in the background here. Look, is this no? So can I shoot those seagulls now?
Have you got seagulls? I can't hear any.
That's because it's muted. If
So-
you're watching the stream and I'm muted, you'll hear seagulls.
I thought you were going to put it through Discord.
Now the issue I've got is I'm using tabletopaudio.com to get free
Yeah.
stuff.
That's the one I used on my laptop when we were doing it in person.
Yeah, and Sirenscape is another one I'm using as well, but none of them go through Spotify, Discord. Got them.
Never mind.
Yeah. I kept getting bloody copyright things, and I was like, I've got to edit it now.
Yeah, bit rough.
So,
You search around the stone pillars encircling this sort of clearing in the water, and you find a couple, and one that you're a little confused about. One is definitely sort of similar to the markings that you spotted in the Wicket Woods when you were speaking with the elders there. One for guidance and for guarding, sort of almost a site of importance. And then there's one that seems to be, it's not a symbol you recognize as sort of the druidic that you know, but it mixed sort of danger and guidance. It's a little more sort of, a little less, how can I say it? A little more obtrusive than you would normally expect for a druidic symbol. Like part of the design of them, and the sort of symbolism of them is that they're there to be noticed by those that know them. This one's just a little bit too sort of eye-catching and noticeable for true druidic.
Okay. You said it wasn't the style that I'm used to either.
Yeah, the sort of calligraphy of them is definitely done in sort of a more basic style, a little less obscured.
Does it look like it's a symbol over the top of a normal one, or is it meant to be that way?
It definitely looks like it's one symbol. Yeah, it's just more obvious than you've seen anyone craft a druidic symbol. It's definitely got the same calligraphy style.
This is definitely a place used by the Circle, but it may be more akin to the stone table that the dwarves took us to, so a site of importance, maybe a meeting area,
right. Okay.
as opposed to a living area.
Judas, make a perception check.
Wowie! Wow.
One off.
One of
I
them
think it needs to
seagulls is
be.
eyeing you up weird.
I'm going to mention this to Tiny, knowing that he can turn into an animal pretty easily.
One of the animals.
He finds this.
Well then, it's a bit of luck that I actually have a spell for that, isn't it? And I'm going to cast Speak with Animals.
Speak with animals, nice.
Yes. Did he point out the seagull that in particular? Or is there just a flock of them going around us?
There's a flock going around. It's a little. Make a perception check. It's a little hard to see which one specifically Judas is pointing to as he's sort of trying to keep track of it in the sky.
If not, I am just going to cast Speak with Animals and call out anyway. Apologies if we have stumbled upon a site of importance. I am Tiny of the Circle of the Moon. I'm looking for a sister circle. I see that this is a place of guidance.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, fuck.
You got this.
Dad, you dead.
Ish.
You kind of got this.
You see one of the seagulls sort of break away from the rest of the flock flying around your head and settle on the top of one of the stone pillars opposite you.
Dive,
Seems to look at you.
dive bomb poop.
Hello there. Are we in the right place?
Bows his head down.
As in... It's not saying anything, though.
Seagull.
I have Speak with Animals on. I can understand whatever it says.
Is it both ways, that one? I thought that was only tongues.
You could gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts. The knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence. But at minimum, beasts can give you information about nearby locations, monsters, and whatever they can perceive or have perceived within the past day. Might be able to persuade a beast to form a small favour at the GM's discretion. So I can verbally comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts.
Okay. He just bows.
I'm gonna look down. Is he like gesturing towards something, or is it literally just?
He's on sort of in the circle of stone plinths that are sort of breaching out of the sea. He's on an opposite stone plinth to you in the circle.
I don't see any change below us or anything.
Doesn't seem to be.
I'm gonna take a few steps forward. Do you know where we might find these people?
Bows down again.
Below? Does he say anything, or?
No, just the bobbing of the water beneath you.
Look at Gorgon and go, is he talking to the wildlife again?
Are you one of the
First,
circle?
and I doubt it would be the last.
Yeah, I know. Normally we get good answers.
What did you ask, Tiny?
Are you one of the circle?
Cocks his head slightly to one side, looking at you.
Does it seem like a legit seagull?
Looks like a seagull.
But is it? It's not really acting as a seagull would. I don't think.
Bloody
You haven't
phone.
experienced birds of the sea. Make a nature check.
I've experienced birds. 18.
This is definitely a bird that is not acting like a bird.
It's a bird that's not acting like a bird. Might we have a conversation with you?
See him sort of turn his head side to side, sort of towing it a little bit, and sort of puts his wings out wide and then tucks them back in.
Comprehend anything from that? Am I getting any?
I mean, he was clearly stretching.
Goggle has got the idea.
Yeah.
You see him turn his head towards you slightly again, and then sort of unfurl his wings and start to fly, not joining any of the flocks of seagulls around him, but this time in sort of a spiral upwards flight.
I'm gonna turn into a seagull.
Okay.
And follow.
Make a survival check to track a bird in the sky.
15.
He's keeping relatively away from everyone else, or all the other birds, I should say. As you fly up,
The other druids.
as you sort of fly up, you manage to keep an eye on him as he's sort of travelling up, and you can see him sort of spiral sort of wider and wider until he's just sort of circling over. You can sort of see him wait until you sort of catch up to him a little bit before he starts to dip a little bit and start to fly in rapidly changing movements, going left then right, flying almost as fast as a seagull can.
I will follow.
Okay, this would be an acrobatics check as he starts to fly towards
What
some
is
of
the
flocks
acrobatics of a seagull? Does the seagull have a stat block, Adam? Or are we using something else here?
If you give me a minute,
I'm going to see if there is a seagull. I got a seahorse. We've got hawks.
I think seahorses and seagulls are slightly different.
So do I, unfortunately.
yeah, if you turned into a seahorse, it'd be a different conversation going on.
Splash.
Yeah, end of conversation.
There's hawks.
We'll go with a hawk.
Hawk is a damn sight. Oh, a little bit more dexterous than I am. So... yeah, 21.
Nice.
With a natural 20, he flies sort of almost into a direct dive straight towards one of the flock of seagulls, stopping himself just short of going into the group. Flies over and then starts to duck and weave and dodge around, trying to sort of do a little bit of an acrobatics course to see what's going on. The rest of you below very clearly seeing this seagull, not a seagull, as he's sort of zipping in and out, and you manage to keep a fairly close track behind him, keeping up at each turn and each sort of dodging underneath the seagulls, dodging around and sort of flying around some of the rocky crags in tight cornering. A strong show, and before long you see from above a couple more seagulls start to descend from the flock and land on their own plinths, separate to the other one. I'd like everyone within the circle to make a perception check.
Cookies.
Mine always have to be a 1.
Water around here. Look at all this water. And moss.
So we'll say Karant gets a 10, because, you know, he's not here. Judas, there is something below you.
Something ominous.
You weren't there when Tiny was flying through the cavern of Bidden Toe to be surprised by something emerging underneath. You only heard his words. As you look around in the bright, sunny sort of early afternoon of the crisp spring day, there is a clear sky, and you can see quite far down in the waters, and in those waters there is a moor approaching you.
A maw, as in a dragon mouth.
As in rows of teeth.
I am going to say move. And who's next to me?
I would say Okran is directly next to you.
Okay.
I'm going to grab Okran, throw him back, and then dive out of the way.
Okay, make a strength check.
Shit, this was bad. Cool.
It can be
At that
athletics.
moment, he knew.
Thanks. All right.
You following up?
I don't think as a reaction you'd have been
Yeah,
able to use your bonus action.
I don't think it's fair that because I wouldn't have had a second to put myself together. So
Yeah.
straight rolled it. 11.
You managed to get Okran to stumble back a couple of steps.
Well,
Not too hard of a shove, so you're not sort of tipping him over so that he then doesn't have his water walking anymore.
Yeah.
So it's just the right amount. And as you dive out of the way, you see underneath what looks from a side view at least as quite a large shark shifts course slightly from lunging up from the depths to lunging up towards one of the stone pillars. And as it breaches the surface, you see it transform into what is a small gnomish figure that reaches out of the water and lands on the stone pillar. Starts to wring out some of his clothes. You see the two seagulls already landed, similarly transform into a gnome, pair of gnomes, as the one leading Tiny on a chase levels out, circles for a moment, looking at him before swooping down towards one of the pillars, the same one that he was standing on originally, and himself revert to a gnomish form.
Are they all gnomes? Did you say?
Yep.
Okay.
One of these druids is not like the others.
Give me a second. I'm just going to write out what's happening. I'm going to go back into near my friends in the circle, and I will revert back.
Okay. You change back into Tiny and gently place your feet upon the water, standing as it again bobs up and down. You see one of the seagulls that was already sat on the stone plinth look over at the one that has emerged from the depths and says, "You won't find true wisdom if you keep messing with people." You see him sort of chuckling to himself a little bit. And the one that's come down from on high that's been leading Tiny on a small chase looks over and says, "What brings you to our home?"
As I said, I am Isil from the Karim Forest, the Circle of the Moon Druids. I have been to many of our sister circles, and I wish to bring back the meetings of old. Only yourselves and the Circle of the Plains remain to join us again at the meeting. I come to seek your opinion and ask if you would join us again.
Looks towards you and says, "Greetings, cousin of the moon. We had already sent word from the cousins of the forest for aid. And aid us they tried. We did not think to ask the cousins of the Karim forest. Tell me, do you keep your borders closed still, as the elves to the north?"
We have been secluded for a long time so as to protect the forest and ourselves, yes. But I do not think this is the right way, especially with our sisters and our cousins. I have been to the forest recently, the Banzai forest, the Wicked Woods. They themselves were in their own dire straits, which myself and my friends here helped rectify. They are actually the ones who told me of some of their experiences with you and your own, and that is why I'm here. That is how I'm here.
You say you seek to meet to join the circles again.
That is my wish, yes.
What good is talk?
For talk can lead to action. What good are we divided when as a full circle, with all together, we might better handle any threat that comes to us? You say you are having troubles. If we were all still in contact, you would have had the power of all the circles at your back. But as it stands now, you only had the help of one.
It is true that times are troubled, a time of storms and of change.
You speak of the storm that swallowed the island. Or your own storms.
That storm and others too. There is a storm on the sea that does not sleep.
One of magical origins?
Looks towards the other gnomes and says, we believe so. A beast stalks these waters.
You say that the Circle of the Forest tried to help.
And they sent two of their clansmen with strong magics but little knowledge of the sea.
I must confess I am not as knowledgeable of the sea. But I do have magics at my back and friends.
We are not landlocked like you, cousin. Our problems are quite different. I do not see what talk would do to solve our problems.
What of actions? If I showed you what the talks might lead to. If we might help you.
The help might arrive a little too late. A month or two ago, much might have been different. But now many have perished.
Is this not something we may stop from continuing? You say that there is a beast. Assuming one of not natural means.
Alright, I'm back, sorry about that.
It's alright.
Bless you.
You say you know little of the sea. What of these isles? What do you know lies to the east?
Adam, I don't know of what lies to the east. And there's other
Very
islands.
little. You're
Yeah.
very insular in your forest
Yeah.
and have not had much need to know of the surrounding world.
Not much. But on the same scale, what know of you of the mountains to the west?
Make persuasion check.
Make a sassy check. Oh, 19.
You see him take a minute and think to himself and says, true words and true wisdom. I I fancy myself a poor mountaineer.
But you may always learn. As I am not the best in my knowledge of the oceans, I may yet learn.
And you would learn of our troubles?
If it is to help one of the cousins, then yes. We may be far apart, but we all serve the same cause in one way or another.
He nods over to one of the two druids that had flown down as a seagull before. The one that had spoken to the one that came from the depths. He nods and says, "Then Inikas, share your story that we might share our wisdom. They might learn of our troubles."
Inukas, was that?
Enikas, Enikas.
Very much.
He says, "To the east lie the trade winds. Many sailors from Cora, from Sonis, from Dord travel these winds, and wish to gain great speed in their travel south to the Verdant Isles and beyond. Past them are the Cursed Isles. Osla Ilan, Osla Mion, Osla Sia. Long ago, the brothers of our tribe cast a curse upon Osla Mion to dissuade the pirates. They've called that place home. The curse has been released and hunts our shores now. What do you know of giants?"
We don't know
Much.
about giants.
I'd like to think Gorgomore literally snorts.
Quite a lot, actually.
Much. I myself
enough.
was one come from giant kin. We have met and are friends with the storm giants. We have felled cloud giants, scores of fire giants, ice giants, met a stone giant, and this club here came from a hill giant. We are quite versed on giants.
You might even say they are our favourite enemy. Any of us were rangers.
Says, "Then in the depths of winter you would have been much help. Frost giant raiders descend to the waters east, preying upon those on the trade winds. This past winter they came further west than ever before, and they are bad enough. Ships hundreds of feet long, manned by warriors 3 times as tall as any man, and 10 times as strong. Although I'm sure I do not need to tell you that.
10 times as strong.
A normal
Bit of
man.
exaggeration, isn't it?
A normal man.
One amongst them was spotted flying magi colours.
Oh, really?
The raiders, you see, their attacks are fearsome and deadly to behold. Closing in, they harpoon any vessel they can catch. They board it and kill all aboard. But this magi ship, this was something else. I was sailing east when it first descended. The wind changed, heralding its approach. Clear sky turned to bitter storm, and they had no need of harpoons. They got close, and their warriors leapt from their ship, landed as clear as you stand on the water today, and charged us as if it were dry land. captain could not turn our ship fast enough to escape them. I had no choice. I jumped overboard and took the shape of a dolphin, and tried best I could to find anyone that could be saved, as the boat was scuttled to the depths. I sort of looks down into the to the ground, a little sort of shamed. Says, "Not one soul. I don't know what compelled me to follow them. I had no hope of vengeance. But follow them I did, to see from whence they came." Says, "They came across a small island, a small spit of rock, I should say, far to the east near the Cursed Isles. I saw the Magi emerge, the raiders with him, carrying a chest of gilded oak, with a fell mark burnt into the wood. He was giant as well, but no kin of the raiders we have seen before." He starts to describe some of the intricacies of the giant, and both Tiny and Gorgomor would identify him as likely being a cloud giant. He met with the pirate captain of the Twilight Shark on this remote spit, and handed over the chest. The raiders left back north to their Arctic home, the pirates east further into the Cursed Isles, and the Magi remained on that tiny spit of rock, alone. I summoned up the courage to challenge him, to avenge my lost friends, and as I emerged from the waves, he disappeared in front of my eyes. The pirates have claimed the curse of Oslamion, and now it finds its way to our shores. Villages found waterlogged, bereft of people. Sailors' corpses washing up on the beaches. Something stalks our waters.
Someone tells me we should go have a chat with some giants.
Do you know what this beast is? Do you know what this curse was?
And sort of look to each other, and the same one that was saying the story, Anacon, says, they say it was a beast they trapped, a spirit, to keep the pirates at bay.
Has anyone seen it? Do you know how to... Would you wish to have it returned to these isles?
The one that led you on a merry chase speaks up and says, "The curse our elders placed on that isle was for good reason. Were it to be returned there, I feel that would be the best outcome. But we cannot allow it to haunt these people anymore."
Would you even know how to bind it?
The curse was bound to a place, the vernal pool, north of Oslamion. I know where it is. There's said to be a link to another world there.
And would you know what to do? Would you go to this pool?
It is said that to cast the curse the first time, they must have summoned a great storm around them, filled the vernal pool, and bound the creature to it.
Not something that we may do again then.
I cannot imagine they bound it with magics that were not linked to something on this world. I do not know what those pirates did, but when they stole the curse, they did something. Perhaps finding them, they might know how they did what they did.
These
I hope
pirates.
they did not just break it.
These pirates, they inhabit that cursed isle?
One of many pirates that do. Seagal is quite reputed among them.
That's a reputable pirate.
Yes.
Their captain?
The captain of the Twilight Shark.
Are there many on the isle?
Most stick to their ships. There are a few hidden coves and smuggling dens.
How long would it take to reach the isle?
So there's not many travel east to the Cursed Isles. They've been abandoned by most. It is more than a week's travel by ship at least.
But by wing?
By
Or
bird,
wind?
you would struggle to rest. There are many hundreds of miles.
How far can we travel as Windwalk, Adam?
So previously you have travelled sort of as the crow flies about 8 days worth, which is obviously less than a week in this world. So
But that's not at the speed of a ship.
no.
Do you know how many miles we can cover?
You wouldn't have a great gauge for that.
Okay.
Your people are more of a landmark than a measured distance.
Yeah. Would your magics be of any help, Corinth?
You want to go to the Pirate Isles and to the east?
Cursed Isles to the east, yes.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to type out something of those names, by the way, Adam, because I could not even try spelling them.
We can maybe go ask Ozin if there's any circles that could get us closer. Or I can teleport us.
I doubt there would be a circle there.
Or closer, is there a closer island? Or...
It's part of the Octo Isles.
Yeah, I know which one he's talking about.
It's under the dragon.
Yeah, so I know which isles he's talking about. Like I can create an invisible platform that'll hold 500 pounds on that, but if we wanted to stop, one person could stop on that. So I don't. unless we go balls to the walls and risk it, I just try and teleport us to the Cursed Isles, but we could end up anywhere. Not gonna lie, it's not the greatest idea there.
The fellow who went to challenge them on the Cursed Isle, did he perhaps bring anything back with him?
I suppose we could get the dragon moved.
That was
I
a spit of land in between, but it would be closer.
Says I did not take any piece of land, although I could guide you there again if needs be.
Do you have anything from these Cursed Isles? Something that originates from their own, is seeped in its essence, perhaps.
They sort of look towards each other and says, "We do not travel that far east, and we advise the fishermen and the traders around us not to either. The further east you go, the more likely to run into pirates and other slavers and traders and smugglers of all kind. Not to mention in the winter, the frost giant raiders,
Where did these frost giants come from?
far north, the icy Arctic. They travel a great distance to raid and pillage. Return again in the springtime."
So, just for context, we've got some frost giant Viking coming and raiding the islands.
They do not travel this far west. They do not trouble our coast. Not with the shield of our ancestors.
Do you speak of the reefs?
Indeed.
How long did it take you to get to this bit of land by yourself, as an animal?
I followed their ship for 3 days. I was already several days east on my former ship,
How did you get back?
with a great amount of time and with small amounts of rest.
We might need a vessel then.
We know where we can charter one from, don't we?
We do.
You never know, we might get that mysterious one that disappeared like 4 years ago.
That's a little bit the other side of the island to where we need to be.
It's a fairly hefty port though.
I'm not wrong, that was from the south of the island, right? But Cora's the bigger port?
Yeah.
Core is the bigger one, it's at the north end, but there are ships that dock off of the coast down the river from Evermond, and there is Estrum, which is quite a large port at sea. Cora is by far the bigger hub, though.
How would you
would know
suggest-
Corinth as well, that on Kina, where your college is the larger city on Kina, which has quite a decent sized port, although that's a bit further west and would require a few more days travel added to it than
Could you move the dragon, please, Adam?
Yeah.
We can't actually see the isles. Thank you. Is it that island, those three there?
So we have, it is those three there, yeah. We have on the bottom right, we have Oslucia. The smaller one is Osla Mion. Sorry.
Is that the one they were talking about?
And Osla Ilan is the top right, the bigger one. Yeah, Mion is the one that's got the pirates on it.
And why do they call them the Cursed Isles?
Pirates and shit. Bad juju.
Pirates, eh?
The one that gave you a little bit of a run around says they were given up on by the common folk long ago due to the creatures that called them home. Many people have been sent there over the years, and most have disappeared.
Is there any magic shops in Cora? Or anything like Tams?
No,
Not Tam.
Tams is unique.
The only.
area.
So there's no like like version of him in like the other in Cora then?
No.
How would you suggest to be best to get there? That we may help.
It is a great distance, a great body of water. I would not expect anyone to travel it without a ship. Although even with a ship you will need some luck to avoid the pirates.
I'm sure the pirates would want some luck to avoid us.
Well, I don't think the pirates would appreciate fireballs.
Nor the waves underneath them acting against them.
It will help convince sailors to fly under a Magi's flag. What do you do with this information now? We have talked.
Seek to help. Especially if there is a creature stalking this coast. Say you, Gorgomar, would you like to fight a creature that had been bound to an island?
I can't say that I wouldn't enjoy it, but I don't know how I'd fight it underwater. It is a beast of the sea.
I have some ideas. You say there was apparently a link at this verdant pools. Is this not a creature from this plane?
They look to each other and say, we do not know exactly what our ancestors did. Only that it kept the pirates at bay and forced them not to travel west.
Maybe if we can defeat whoever controls it now from the Cursed Isles, it will return back there of its own accord.
That might be the hope. Let me phrase it a different way then, Gorgomar. How would you like to fight pirates?
There must be one or two that are stronger and put up a bit of a challenge, I'm sure. I look forward to it.
Can't see many of them being stronger than you or Taugen, was it? In the mountains?
Taugen's lack of ideals and decency were his downfall. But he was plenty strong.
Am I losing my
The thing is, people are in need. I think we are obliged to help the people in need. Especially from what I heard. I take it I heard all that, yeah? They're not in secret language. Yeah, I didn't know whether he was talking a secret language.
No, they're all in common.
Especially ships being sunk and people killed unintentionally to pillage. That's not right. As a follower of Noala, I will do what I can to help. As if Tiny's already said that he's here to help. So let's help. Not sure how, but I'm sure we'll figure it out.
So it looks like we need a ship then, lads.
You said you would be willing to guide us to that spit of land. Would you be willing to help guide a ship to the Cursed Isle with us?
Make a persuasion check.
Fuck, now you fucking do it, dice, you... Fuck.
He got a natural 1 for his intelligence check.
Oh, yo.
The dice hath
He
spoken.
looks around and says, "It should be below a wise man, but I can't deny my urge to right this wrong. There are a great many friends that I lost on that ship. I would wish vengeance on the Magi that caused their death."
And let us right some wrongs.
May their souls go to their place that they desire. They are not in pain anymore.
Charge your ship and find a captain, and travel back to these reefs on the eastern side. I will join you there.
Where are we going to get a boat and a captain from?
I was about to say, I would think to go to Cora. Do you have any other suggestions? What kind of ship would we need?
There are many mad enough in Cora to join you on this venture. There are a few choices, although I'm sure you will find for yourself. Your choice will be of speed or of hired hands. You may travel in a warship with many soldiers with you, or in a smaller sailing ship that might travel much faster.
Where's Cora again?
That's where I'm from.
Oh, you're on the
Yeah.
island. Yes.
What?
No, it's the
Cor-
top left.
Cora's the
city.
big port city where you buried the rod.
Ah, that side. Yes.
Well, you said there's a port where I'm from as well, though.
Yeah, that's on Kina.
Yes. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong end of the map. Found it.
Okay, so my question I meant to ask then, is there a magic shop on Kina?
No,
Fucking Tam's really cornered the market, hasn't he?
Yeah, we've been told
it
this
is
multiple times.
a lost art. It's a very difficult thing to do.
Cora's a nice place, actually.
Would we have to go all the way around the tip of the isle as well?
Oh, if we go to Cora, we can say hello.
We've got a friend in Cora, haven't we?
Yes.
There's also Dord, which has a few ships, which would be
here.
sort
Two
of a few
Brightwoods, does
days.
she?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
on
down there.
the right side here, basically.
We
Would
also
that be
went to there as
that'd be
well.
a quicker journey?
That would be a quicker journey from there, especially compared to Cora.
Just
or
not as
Estrin.
much choice, maybe.
Yeah, there'll be fewer captains there, but
The thing is,
Yeah.
if we go to Cora, the boat has got to go all the way around.
it
But it would
definitely
just-
add a few days sail to your trip,
Yeah.
at least.
Yes. Solis is not a city, not a whatever it is, port.
It will have. It's based on the coast. It will have a port, but it's more of a town than a city.
Yeah. Same as
There will
Volans.
be, yeah, there will be far fewer ships that dock there than either Dord or Cora.
Yeah. We've never been to them places.
We've been to Dord.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Sonus and Volans, but
No. We've never been to Carda Rule though. Whatever that is.
That sounds like a mountain place.
We shall probably head to Dord then.
Yeah. Dord's also a nice place. What do you reckon?
Sounds fine by me.
Indeed.
Kind of ship. I'm
Yep.
thinking
I'm amicable.
from my travels previously, I get the feeling a faster ship, that's perhaps a bit smaller, might be might better serve us than a warship.
Don't really do boats, so I don't really know.
I've travelled around a few of the islands by a boat. More kept my cabin than on the rigging.
We shall be back here as soon as we can then. I look forward to seeing my cousin's skills upon the ocean.
Says I look forward to guiding those who listen to my wisdom. As you get close, send word by seagull. I shall join you.
Airmail.
I shall. Did he ever say his name?
The one that's been talking about the story and wants to join you is Enikas.
Oh, is that Enikas? Okay, but I just
Yeah.
don't know the other three yet.
No, yeah.
Okay. Well then, you know Dord, don't you, Corinth?
I believe I do.
Shall we head there post haste?
Yeah, if everybody wants to gather up, I will try to get us just outside the gates. Little way.
I'm glad I managed to find you here today. A carpenter on the shore trusted in me enough to tell me of the harbour. I'm glad he did.
A turn of luck in our favour too.
I shall see you again soon.
Good luck in your search. And they nod towards you.
Alright then, lads, gather up.
Gather up, lads, go on.
Hey, everybody in circle.
That's in Twitch, not in Roll20.
What are you doing in Twitch?
I started rolling D1 roll / roll D100, but I didn't actually
Look at now.
start to. Alright, so we've been to whatchamacallit before, Dord before.
Yep.
Obviously I don't have anything from there. I'm gonna try and get us, like, say, a mile out the front gates.
Okay, where you sort of landed before and come a little way in from the sort of north end.
Yeah, I'm
You
gonna try and
view in
teleport
your
them.
mind's eye.
Yeah.
Roll your D100.
51. It's not too bad.
51.
51.
I'm just bringing up the spell.
Okay.
Into the cliffs we go.
I don't think it's that bad. I think we're a couple of miles out.
Trying to find some like really cool ambience, like teleportation sounds.
I would say we land in a similar area, Adam.
Oh no.
You would hope that you do at least.
Oh no.
Bear with me. I'm
Where
rolling.
exactly is it we're going?
I'm ascertaining what's happened.
We're supposed to be going to Dord.
Yeah.
What kind of climate is that?
It's nice.
Relevant
To
at
the
the
other side of the island.
Pretty nice, pretty warm. You know, the Karate Desert's pretty nice, pretty warm.
Wait, we might end up there yet. Bear with us.
Bottom of the sea's pretty nice, pretty warm.
Japan's
I-
hot, isn't it? So,
Oh no.
you head to the entrance docks of Dord, and gathering around, Coranth says his brief words of conjuration, and you are tossed and turned over, and with a small spreading of water, you find yourself on stone cobbled streets, a short ways up from docks.
Hey, Tamaroni.
I was just looking at the description of similar area, and I think, looks like we might be going back to Evermond and just outside, like a mile outside their gates.
You look down, you see several dozen ships moored on different points at a long pier that sort of heads out. And you can see around you stand tall buildings, 3 or 4 stories high, with a long sort of pier travelling the sort of front edge of the buildings, linking next to the sea.
By Jove, lads. I think I got us there.
Does this look like Dord?
Does it look like Dord?
Make perception checks, both of you.
Stop being
I mean-
Dord before.
I better. He's been here more than me.
Is there anyone around us?
There's several people
The
around you.
duality.
The pier along the side has got a lot of merchants and traders, some mostly selling sort of fish or fish-like.
I'm gonna
minis.
get someone's attention and be like, hey buddy, is this Dord?
I thought I bloody rolled a 19 then, you bastard.
I'm gonna get someone's attention and ask them where we are. What city is it?
Roll a d20 for luck.
Fuck.
Oh, I put the... Oh no, does it matter if I put the hash?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just tried to roll a 1.
It just rolled 1 instead of like 1 of something.
Yeah, 13. Oh, I see, yeah, because it didn't have the dice sign on the thing, yeah.
You see what looks like quite a rough and ready mercenary sort of walking past, and as you call out and Dord, you see smack a wide grin towards you and says, rough night in the seas last night. Much better.
Yeah.
You found Estrin.
What?
Question, lovely, yes, I think you're right. This is much better. Thank you for your time, good sir.
Fuck
I
you.
hope you find better fortunes.
Hang on a
Walks
minute.
on.
Inside out.
Make an insight as Tiny looks around and confirms that none of the buildings here look like Dord.
Yeah.
They're too tall, they're too close to the water. Dord, the port, was set away from the main part of the city.
Yeah, alright. We ain't at Dord.
I think we're a little bit off, Corinth.
A little
Well,
bit.
it's easier if I have an object from where we're going, right?
I bought this potion from there.
Oh, now you tell me.
You didn't ask.
Fuck.
I have a potion of vitality that we bought from the potion shop there.
The question is there a boat here?
Hey, look, there's boats. I got
About
this
to say,
boat.
it depends. We could charter a ship from here and take a little bit longer, or we could.
I thought
Try and get
this
to
was
Dord.
the closer one.
No,
Dord
this
was-
is the further away.
Might as well just try here.
Get
New
one.
place is always nice.
Get one with like a motor in it or something. That goes, "Zoom."
With the merchants, what are they selling? Is it all
So
like fish because we're at the docks, or
yeah, a lot of them are either selling things that have just come off of boats or selling things to sailors to help with their trip. So there's a lot of sort of supplies, a lot of rope and equipment, a lot of fish. The whole place reeks.
is there anyone selling? Can I see any like bookshops or scroll shops?
Make an investigation check, looking up and down the coast.
20.
You have a look around. There doesn't seem to be any sort of books or scrolls at the immediate sort of water's edge. It depends how far you want to stray.
I mean, if I'm going to wander off, I'm going to advise the group that I'm wandering off and they can follow me.
Like fuck, we can follow you. We ain't got that kind of
If we're having a wander, then we're going with him. I'm not gonna let him just wander off on his own. Considering he's the only one way for any of us to get proper money.
Only one who what, sorry?
You're the only one with a ring to the bank that's with us.
You wander around and it doesn't take long. It's only sort of 5 minutes walking through the streets. You quite quickly manage to get the lay of the land, your farmer's instinct kicking in, and sort of travelling to what is more of the middle class streets leading up from the port. You manage to find what looks like a small bookshop.
I would like to purchase one sheet of parchment, like a small sheet that can be put into a book.
Okay.
I'm going to walk in. I'm going to walk in. I'm going to request that I have like a small, like either just a page or like a small parchment.
Sort of trying to upsell you on quality and trying to really try and make some coin out of it. What sort of parchment would you like to go for?
Good quality. That. So, have you got anything that you yourself made?
Says we are more of a vendor, but our craftsmen are of the highest reputation.
Are they local?
But they are all within Estrin, yes.
I will buy your highest quality, most long-lasting, hard-wearing parchment.
Okay, bear with me 2 seconds.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Yes.
Good plan.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good idea.
It brings out a beautifully thick parchment sheet and says this is the finest vellum etching paper of quality high enough for wizards to scribe their scrolls.
And how much will this cost me?
For a worthy gentleman such as yourself, a single gold piece.
I will give you 2 gold if you write the name of this city on that piece of paper.
And you'll find his handwriting.
Make a
Very
persuasion
fancy.
check.
23.
So looks at you confused, takes a quill out and says, would you like it as a title, or is this the only thing to be I'm a little confused.
The only thing to go on the paper, so nice and big, please.
Very well. And you see him take a couple of bottles of ink, select sort of quite a dark navy blue, take a quill and gently dips it in, and in a lovely sort of cursive script, writes the word Estrin.
I will also inquire, do you have a binder or a leather book that we could put one like this in, and then others as well?
Like a scroll case or a book to contain?
I would imagine like a book to contain, like a binder.
It would be strange to have a book with only one page, but
Well, we will collect more.
I can just.
very well. And he sort of goes on. Bear with me a moment. You can hear him sort of rummaging around and
Could Koran
throwing some
spellbook?
piles out.
Oh, we get
Judas.
Special
He
I can just
comes
put it
back
into
with what looks
my
like quite a
yep.
fresh leather binding. Reasonable quality, a nice sort of dark maroon red, with a little sort of button clasp that goes over the front.
How much would you like for that?
He says this is quite a high quality one to match the parchment. We'll set you back a further 5 gold.
5 gold.
And you can see the binding, the leather itself is sort of intricately detailed with swirling patterns. I can send you a picture if you want of the pattern.
That'd be cool. I'm going to be outraged. I'm going to have 5 gold, and then I'm going to put like 10 gold on the table.
You are fucking with that man's head. 5 bloody gold. Ding. Huh?
What do you think I am, made of money?
5 gold. What is that in platinum?
This man has no idea how much he's helped out the party.
As you put your coin down, he places the book and says, "Would you like the page bound immediately, or
Yes.
would you like to expand your collection first?"
Oh yes, we will expand it first, then bind them all together. But
Why not,
Yes.
why not put all the pages in now and we can just write on them as we go?
It's
That's not
for
how
that.
this works.
Oh, no, it's not, is it?
is it something we can bind this one in and bind others in later?
Yes, it will reduce the total amount of pages, but if you are caring about single pages, I don't think you should be writing a great volume.
I imagine 30, 40 pages maximum would be plenty.
That is definitely doable.
Yes. Then yes, if you bind it in individually, we can have the others bound when we get there.
So, well, if you'll wait perhaps 5 or 10 minutes, and I shall set to it, and you may take it away, but then we'll have to leave it a little while before you open it so the binding can set.
That is fine. A day, maybe?
Yes, that would be more than enough time.
That is acceptable.
Very well. And he nods his head, takes the coin first, puts it in his a little coin pouch on his side, and then he heads into the back with the leather binding and the piece of parchment. You got 5 minutes to kill. What do you talk about as you're just sort of standing around?
Welcome there, Brad. So 90. How you doing?
Yeah.
And thank you for finding the channel. I appreciate
I'll
you
pull out
coming
one of
and
my many
spending
books
your
I've
time
got
with
on me.
today.
I can just tuck it into one of these.
Yes, but you may lose it, so we'll have a special book for it.
Yeah.
Rather not lose my
a bit of roleplay session at the
journal or
moment
my
with
spellbook.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay.
I
And,
didn't think you would protest so much at having an extra
we're
book.
trying to figure out how to get a
I-
ship
No.
so we can
I know
sail
what
to
you're
an
doing,
island,
thanks.
but we have no idea how to sail a ship.
That would
We have to
prove
buy-
most
we'll have to
useful.
get captain. Yeah, it was a bit awkward because the wizard
we'll have
of the
to fix that,
party,
so that is not
or wizard slash sorcerer of the party, made a mistake
There's a certain wisdom to it.
and did teleportation, hoping to go to a special city that we were able to
Should
get
have
the
had it
ship.
embroidered with
I'm
Koran's
glad
big
to hear
book
that you
of
love D&D,
teleport
mate.
places.
I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, there's still time.
I played D&D probably.
The
So
shopkeep
Sunday,
comes back
Monday,
a little over
Wednesday.
5 minutes later
Thank
and
you for your follow, though. I appreciate
hands
that.
over the bound book.
So
It's
Sunday,
looking
Monday,
quite
Wednesday,
lonely with only one page
Thursday,
bound into the back of it,
and Friday.
and
So
there's sort of
5
like the
days a
leather
week
covers,
I play D&D, all
just
different
with a
games.
great gap in between them.
So it's quite
Hands it over and says
interesting
a few
to play
hours at
different
least
characters
before
in
you
all of
review
them.
the work, and it should be
Sunday
enough
being the most
without
interesting
page
one,
turning.
because it's a twist. It's not Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition.
Pass it
is
to Cam.
the rules of 5th edition,
Well, thank you.
but modified for Western.
Seeing as we're going onto the sea,
It's the,
have you got anything that I can put books in to protect them from
back in the Western era? So
the
it's,
sea
guns,
water
and
damage?
cowboys and Indians, and yeah, it's pretty interesting.
And looks a little confused for a moment. Says, "I've got some leather satchels that will protect from the worst of the water. If you are talking of submerging it,
Thank you for
not
asking your
had that sort of request before."
Okay, I was just wondering. I have my own satchel on that should will keep the worst of the weather off, but you never know when travelling the seas. Are we done here?
Yes, I think we are done. Thank you very
The
much.
shopkeep nods towards you and says, "Thank you for your business. Look forward to seeing you again when you have more pages you wish to place in your book."
Thank you.
Smiles towards you.
Okay.
You walk out and start to make your way back to the docks, and a minute or so walk.
So, how do we get to Dord?
Are we chartering a ship here or in Dord?
Are we attempting the teleportation again?
Well,
Sure
I have
about
this
that?
potion. I have this potion from there.
Yeah, then we can try it with a potion.
Did we not get anything from the gnome we met up with there?
Trying to think, to be fair.
He didn't give us anything, did he, Gorgomon?
Don't remember.
Maybe he did.
He was the necromancer expert, wasn't he?
He was the demon expert.
That's it.
The one you went to see.
I don't remember getting anything from him.
I can't remember making anything up in that city.
So you want to go to Dord again? Try and go to Dord.
Yeah, with a potion this time. So you've got something that's from there.
Do I feel like this potion will work as an associated object to the city?
You're not sure.
Or
We have
do I
some
feel-
common healing potions as well from there.
You probably bought it from there, but it was made somewhere else.
I might be able to use the potion to take us back to the original shop where we bought it from, just outside. Does that work for everybody?
That seems okay to everyone else, I don't mind.
I'm happy to try. And then once there, we can find a bookshop.
As you gather everyone around and say a quick word of conjuration yet again, trying to think upon Dord and holding the healing potion in your hands, roll a d100.
Trying to take us to the just outside the potion shop where we brought the potion from in Dord.
Could be the background music playing up.
I just looked back and
26.
there was a dragon.
Fucking dragons moved again.
Yes.
We can't eat Judas. Or Gorgomor. You can eat everyone else.
I have been stolen.
You've been
You
stolen.
have been deleted.
I've been stolen.
What are you doing? I'm confused.
We're
What?
messing about rock money.
With a twist and a bend, the group swirls in towards each other, and with a stretching, you land outside the potion shop in Dord.
Yay! Victorious!
Well, it's an 8th level spell for you.
Wait, eighth
He upcasted it.
I had to upcast it.
level. Yeah. Oh, we'll get a good rest. That's all right.
Yeah. That page lasts for 6 months, Adam, by the way.
I know.
What page?
Don't say
good.
anything. Leave it. It's an intelligent 7 play, man.
Okay.
It's great.
What did we just get jibbed over with?
You've done nothing. You're endured what would you like to do?
Go find a piece of paper.
Shop.
Yeah, go find like a bookshop or something.
I point to the shop we're outside of.
Potion shop.
It was not just potions, though, was it? It was
Yeah, this was.
mildly arcane goods, I believe.
Can I find any other bookshops than these dickheads?
Make an investigation check.
20.
Thankfully, yes.
I
You
don't.
stroll away and start to look around, and you're already in sort of the higher end part of town, being quite close to the Duke's Keep.
I don't know if you can hear me better now. I've had a little tweak in my settings.
Find one that's a little hidden away.
That yes,
You can see from the
yes,
windows,
Alex, that's right.
books
It is strength added by the +3 as well.
creating a very small space, with books not on shelves, just stacked one on top of each other, piled high. Behind a couple of the smaller piles towards the back, you see a small bespeckled face poke up from the top of it. What about a book?
Just the one piece to go into a book, thank you.
One piece of paper? Not much of a book?
No, not much of a book indeed.
Bit weird.
Oh well, I'm an unusual chap.
Fuck you.
You're not like weird?
Shakes her head.
You don't like weird? Then I don't think we're in the right industry, my friend.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, books are weird. Do you not ever read a story and think that's weird?
Get out.
What if I buy a book?
Stay in.
I can't spell.
I'll stay in, thanks.
Fuck off.
Shh.
I would like to buy a piece of paper and a book.
What book you want?
Books you have?
All books.
All books. I would like the book called Secret Immortality, thank you.
Secret to what?
The Secret Immortality.
What you got? What you asking for that?
See the person clearly get off of a stool and start to look around different books and up and down, starts to search and comes over towards you and tries to make you move a couple of feet. It's up to you whether you want to.
I'll step aside, this is his domain.
Okay. He sort of digs around, looks and runs his finger down the spines.
I can't type. Jesus.
So come here.
Yeah.
I'll come there.
Points at one book, says hold.
I'll hold it. I'll hold my hands up.
Puts his two fingers around sort of the ends of the. I was just making fun of me because I'm doing the hand motions. Puts two fingers out around sort of the side of this book. Looks up towards you and says, "Ready?"
I'm ready.
Quick as a whip, he tries to pull this book out from the books on top of it. It's a tall stack of books, but with your reliable talent, not a difficult thing to keep your balance just enough. Your farmer days paying off dividends with your dexterity, and you manage to hold them just enough for him to get the book out and then place it down. There you go.
I'm gonna look at the book. What does it say?
The key to immortality.
You actually found.
How much would you like for it?
50 gold.
50 gold.
Good book.
And how much for the single page?
Free with a book.
Is it of the highest quality?
It's alright.
Can I see it?
Fine. He starts to walk away, carrying the book with him for a moment. You see him disappear behind some of the stacks, pull out a piece of a parchment. It's good enough. Holds it up.
Is it good? Is it the same sort of quality as the one we just got?
No, it's not quite the same quality. It's still definitely sort of good enough for scribing on, and will definitely sort of last. It's still a much thicker than sort of just
So
random
very
paper,
good
but
quality, but not like the best.
yeah.
Would you write the name of this city on it for me?
What are you being weird for?
Memories, nostalgia, friendship. I'm looking dead in the eyes as I say that. I'm not going to break gaze.
You say books are weird?
I think everything's weird.
Makes sense for you. And he bends over and takes a quill and sort of scribbles "Dord" in large letters over the entire piece. Sort of hands it over for you to see, sort of wafts it in the air to dry it a little bit and says, "What do you want?"
That's all I want.
50 gold then.
I'm going to drop 60 gold on the table. Well, actually, I'll drop it into his hand.
Sort of takes it for a moment, counts it a little bit and says, "Weird."
Indeed.
Shakes his head a little bit.
Oh, this
Oh,
is
no.
great. This is a
No, I'll
great.
just walk out.
You just walk out.
Yeah, I'm going to nod at him to acknowledge that we're done here, and I'm going to walk out.
Just sort of nods back to you and watches you leave. As you sort of close the door through the the glass window in it, you can see him just watching you as you start to walk down the street.
I'm gonna make a mental note here of where that shop was, so I can go back.
Okay.
Was that just a guy who owned a bookshop?
Yeah,
Kind of weirdo.
maybe. And we just get the key to immortality, so maybe this is an important bookshop. And I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting him to actually get that book for me.
Ah, broke my thing. Here we go.
I'm going to give Kramph the piece of paper when I meet back up. I assume you guys were like kind of waiting outside for me or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll give Kramph the piece of paper and tell him that we'll find somewhere to have it put in the book in a few hours. Or at
Just
some point.
Tuck it away for now.
Okay, you keep it safe whilst it
I'm gonna
it's
keep
loose.
hold of my key to immortality.
Okay.
Good idea.
I feel like that's kind of important.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Right, where to now?
Well, we got to get a ship, haven't we? So maybe to the place where you hire boats, maybe.
Oh,
That would be a dock.
That's it, exactly.
I would see. I want to. I don't know. I want to say things, but I don't know whether Tiny would know them.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, huh?
You'd
Huh?
know more.
Yeah, but I'm
You
not
were a
being
knight, man.
I know, but I went on a ship. I'd rather stay on dry land, to be fair.
Surely there must be someone who runs that kind of thing down there.
I'm sure we could go down there and ask around.
Dockmaster?
Say.
There's a master?
Yeah. There's generally somebody who keeps track of what ships are coming in, what ships are going out, what captains do what.
So let's go and
Actually, you
have
know,
a chat with a dock master. Do we know where one is?
they'll be in the docks.
Where's the docks?
By the water.
Are you really that? What?
Well, no.
Go. Water.
Yeah.
Wood. Dock.
Yeah. Whatever. I'm going to ask
go to the dock.
a rando and go, where would you hire a ship from? Just a random person walking by.
You catch a passing, what looks like a relatively wealthy commoner. Clothes not tattered or anything like that. Just sort of well kept. Catch her ear, and she just sort of looks at you and says, "Docks."
Yeah, but whereabouts in the docks? I'm new here, you see. Well, no, I'm not new here. I'm new to the hiring the boat, you see. Now, where would I be able to... Is there a person I speak to? Would you know?
Make a persuasion check.
I certainly can. Help out a good old knight here, my friend. As he is lost. 25.
Nice.
Plus 15 helps a lot.
She says, "The imperfect lie will eat you alive. You want the little stew."
What? I'm going to look at Tiny, I'm like...
The imperfect lie will eat you alive. We need to go to the perfect stew. Little stew, perfect. Little stew. Stew? Stool?
Stew.
Oh, I'm going to
Stew.
look... I'm going to look so fucking
This
confused
is
right
this
now.
is very much more your domain, I believe, Judas.
I will. Did she indicate the direction of the docks?
Yeah, it's not a complex city to navigate. There is one sort of central path that leads down, that then leads to a gate that leads down to the main harbour. So it's not a difficult place to find.
I will take point then and head towards the docks.
Okay. As noted from your recognition of it not being Dord when you were in Estrin, you head to what is the northern bound of the city, where there is sort of a gate that leads out to just sort of an outcrop of land that leads down to the actual harbour outside of the city. But you can see the main road that goes from the main gate is quite wide, quite well travelled, and there's clearly a lot of traffic that goes back and forth. So whilst it's technically outside of the city limits, for all intents and purposes it is still part of the city. And looking down you can see an array of sort of mix of wooden and stone buildings built up by the dockside.
I will look for what I would assume is like a small hut near the pier, or like a kind of a desk where some guy stands around looking real official.
Make a perception check.
21.
You take your way down, and you can see there's definitely someone walking around with the medieval equivalent of a clipboard, a couple of scroll racks, a quill, and a sort of a writer's backpack. It seems to be travelling up and down the docks, hailing some of the people on the ships and making sure they've paid their dues for the fee of docking. You can see after he sort of run up a certain set of the piers, he returns to what's just essentially a desk on the pier, and starts sort of scribbling little notes in a book.
I will approach him. As I get close and I wave, hail him. Hey there, good sir.
He stops writing, puts down his quill and looks over to you and says, "Hail."
Are you having a good day?
Yes.
Good. I'm glad. We are looking for a ship.
You wish to purchase a ship?
Are we looking to purchase passage on a ship?
Charter, I do believe.
Same thing.
So you should speak to the captains of the vessels. There are a number here that are poised to journey to various places.
Which captain would you recommend?
Where are you trying to go?
Oslamion.
There.
Then you will definitely be looking for a captain in the Imperfect Liar.
The
Nods towards you.
Is that
Okran is so confused right now.
I beg your pardon, good fellow.
Is that a trustworthy ship? The sailors, the captain.
It is a tavern where you might find sailors mad enough to join you.
Oh, I see.
Thought that might be the case.
Oh, I get ya. It's a tavern.
Are there
Did
any
you-
other such taverns?
I beg your pardon again, good fellow.
Are there any other such taverns?
None mad enough.
Any slightly less mad? I did hear there was another.
There is the little stew that charters more for the up-and-coming gentleman, shall we say.
So do you not believe us to be up-and-coming gentlemen?
I think they make it. They make it eaten alive in the waters we're going to.
Just sort of looks around and says, I do not wish to speak to the character of such people, but I would not lament the loss of anyone from the imperfect liar.
I see.
So
They are
it's going to
respectable,
throw
then.
shade on us then. Because we are a bunch of characters, are we not?
So I believe him.
Make an insight check.
16. I can't not roll a 10 today. Do you know, I've had a couple of good rolls, but...
He's definitely got the look on his face of someone that's had to deal with people that have, they're sort of against his job.
Ah, good blow my nose.
So he's fairly trustworthy. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He knows what he's about. So I'm going to ask him. Can you describe the seas where we'll be going? You said we need the imperfect liar. Those types. Are they?
Dragon's back.
Dragon's back.
Are the seas we're going particularly dangerous?
Who has asked you to go to Oslamion? Do you not know?
It's just a holiday.
God, I love you, Judas.
No, he's going to try and work out. He's just going to sort of look you up and down and, I think someone has been dishonest with you.
Is it you? Are you
What?
lying to me?
I tried to save you, poor fellow.
Save me.
There are
I need saving.
pirates on Oslamion, which is a cursed isle.
I see. So the little shoe would be more for protection around town, perhaps, and the imperfect lie would be more brigands and naughty people.
If one were to speculate about certain people's
I see. And
aspirations, they might come to that conclusion. I would not speak either way.
I see. I am not shocked, Okran.
I'm struggling here. I'm glad you got this, Judas.
Yes. Could you give us directions to the imperfect liar?
Yeah, it says just return to the pier, go past the well-maintained buildings to the slightly more destitute and damaged-looking ones. You will find your fellow compatriots there. He sort of smiles to you with a...
So, without speculating or judging, the shithole of the area, yes?
I would not like to say. He sort of smiles towards you in a very fake smile.
That's a little bit judging, mate.
How good a quality are his clothes?
He seems to be making a reasonable living. He's definitely not an ability, but yeah, definitely comfortable. There's a little bit of silk. You get the idea that anyone that sort of works the higher end of the docks needs to be a certain level of presentable for anyone important that comes.
I'm gonna drop him 5 gold as I shake his hand. Say for when we meet again.
Yeah,
Does he seem
scoops up
well
the
into
coin and just sort of make a perception check.
Just trying to see if that was good enough or not.
As you drop the coin on the table, you definitely catch the sleight of hand at play as he manages to palm it. Not the best skill, definitely not one of the craft, but skilled enough to make something discreet. As he palms the gold coins and thinks nothing more of it, and says, "I hope your holiday goes well.
Thank you very much.
Try not to catch anything."
I'm hoping it's going to be sunny.
Yes, I'm sure we'll get lots of reading and sunbathing done. We're gonna walk away.
Okay.
And we'll head towards the imperfect liar.
I forgot we're in a bit of a dodgy place.
I would like to speak to Tiny on the way though and say like, so exactly where is it we're going? And what?
It is called the Cursed Isles. We are heading specifically to Oslamion, but we will be having a very skilled man of the sea and a navigator to bless our journeys and help us get there. They need not actually do much, the crew. We will be doing most. They mostly need to get us there. It is to the east of Valence, over the ocean.
I wouldn't mind learning how to pilot a ship. Yeah, I mean,
I'm
something
not
like-
sure these would be the types for that.
You know, the phrase bucket list is one of the things on there.
From what they were saying, this might not be the most enjoyable people.
Well, everyone
Will you
has
be
a-
alright handling it, Judas? Or
Yes.
merely ask if you need any
I'm sure I'm
information.
fine with you lovely gentlemen standing behind me. I doubt they will give us any trouble.
Make
Well,
sure I stand right next to you.
Everyone has a kind
lot.
heart.
A lot of people did say that we are looking for the ones crazy enough to take us there.
Yes.
Maybe not mention this pirate captain we're looking for. That might scare them. Unless you think it would help. His name is Seagal, and he is the captain of the Twilight Shark. Don't know if that would help. Or hinder.
I believe in being upfront so that we can get the right men for the job.
I think that is the man we're looking for, mostly. He appears to be the person that had dealings with that Magi.
So the man we're looking for to take us or the man we're looking for to go to?
Oh, that's the man we're looking for to go to.
Yeah, so we need someone else to take us to him. That's fine, yeah.
Yes, but we're going to Oslamion in the Cursed Isles. But once we get closer, obviously, we have our own means. And the creature that used to stalk those waters is gone currently, so
So
I'm sure all of these things will make them very happy to join us.
So we'll go towards the imperfect
As long as
liar.
we offer them enough gold.
You head back down the pier to the coastline and start to follow the trail of buildings. You quickly come across the little stew, quite a decently sized 2-story inn, with a lovely, cute little sign out the front that's the paint's been kept up with despite the sort of sea weather and the wind sort of wearing it down. You can see lovely clean glass leading into a well-lit sort of hearth, warming a room with plenty of tables of relatively well-dressed gentlemen sitting around tables enjoying their drinks. You continue on past this and look down towards the opposite end of this line of buildings, and you can see about 3 buildings from the end. The windows are boarded up and broken in, One of the buildings doesn't even have a front door on it anymore. And as you sort of walk down the line and start to get to it, there's a certain smell of sewage that starts to waft through through the district. As you pass sort of like the third from last, you can see the Imperfect Liar is the building right on the end, and with a little sort of back alley leading down the side of it, you can see one gentleman standing, obviously very deep in his liquor, urinating on the side of the building. Just sort of turns towards you and smiles with like a smile that's not really seeing anything as the trickle drifts from the side of the building just back to the path. As he sort of turns back, he just reverts back.
I'm going to walk past and step over.
Yeah, pat him on the back as we walk past. Classy.
As you walk past, you see the door. The sign is hanging on a single chain link, almost off the mounting point of a broken lyre. You hear a shout from behind you. Would you call me?
So, for the new
You said
people
you were
of
classy,
this
sir.
stream, the new viewers, we have
He turns facing you, still going strong.
Tiny, which is a
Lifts up
furbolg
his
druid.
tankard. Takes a swig and turns back to his place.
Who's got a hidden secret where every month
You-
he
Yes, sir.
transforms into a
Okay, you
werebear.
head up to the door.
So he's got
It is
I can't even say
slightly
it,
too small for a standard person. You have to hunch a little bit to get in.
Then we've got myself, which is Okran, and I'm a level 13 Paladin.
Yeah, I will
Sorry, level
punch
12
down and
Paladin,
What about
level
me and
3
Gorgomor?
Bard, and
How are
I'm a
Gogomor
Paladin
and
of the
Tiny getting in?
Retribution.
And
I
me.
and a
Guess
Bard
we're
of the
squeezing
Glamour.
through.
So I'm all about
Just trying not to take the door frame out as we go in, Gorgomor.
and redemption. Sorry,
Move
God,
promises.
it's been a long stream.
Just imagining
And
your
everyone
axe
has
and
a
your maul
chance
getting
of
caught on each side,
redeeming
like,
themselves, so not
like a dog
everyone's
with a big
bad,
stick.
if you know what I mean. Then we've got Judas,
It will fit.
who's
will.
As
the
you
farmer,
head past the first
which
door,
is
you're
the
greeted by
the rogue
what's
of the party.
almost a small stone alley that seems to be sort of stone walls, stone ceiling, stone floor, and leads to
Then we
another
have,
small wooden door
Gorgomor.
with a slight slit in it with no door handle.
Which is the barbarian of the party, with a bit of fighter in
So,
him,
as in like a push open door just without a handle, or
and he's got
It seems to be just a closed door at the
crown.
moment, with like a little wooden slit like you'd see where they moved it wood
Oh,
across.
yeah, I'm gonna bang on the door with my hand.
Which gives him the power of the
Slit
mountain,
opens.
which he's now
What's
called
your business?
King of the Mountain.
Drinks.
Then we've
And
got
friendship.
Karamp, which is a sorcerer wizard.
Make a persuasion roll.
Asamir, which is I'm an Asamir as well. Sorry.
Hello.
Paladin's Asamir.
Fucking hell. Yeah, I think you're very persuasive.
Yes, so that's the party we have at the moment, and obviously the D&D Beyond is on.
No
You can
murder inside.
see our
He
live
slides
hit
back the wooden
points
thing
whenever
and
we're
opens the
into
door.
combat. You see
Gonna
our
walk in.
equipped items, and you can
As you walk in,
see
the ceiling continues to be a little lower than is
detail what we're playing.
normal for the taverns that you've become accustomed
Let's go
to
back
of
to the
late. You can still stand up, but a couple of inches above your head. Gorgomor and Tiny again having to stoop a little just to stand in the room. The top sort of 6 inches are thick with smoke, and you can see quite a large number of tables around, with several people sort of smoking something out of pipes.
Oh God.
With drinks in front of them. There are a couple of hearths and fireplaces, but none of them is well stocked. Most of them are sort of down to the embers, glowing coal. It's a very warm room, and you can see behind a relatively well kept main bar area. there are a few quite rough-looking barkeeps with several tattoos.
How big is this room?
So the room is probably around 40 feet on a side. As a sort of a large square room. You can see the bar takes up about 15 feet long of one side of that, and it's about 5 feet out. So it's just enough space behind for a couple of people to move around. And the rest is just sort of filled with tables, with small booths, mostly with sort of a little bit of a higher wall. And then the central area has 5 or 6 large circular tables.
Is it quite loud in here?
There's a lot of people talking over each other.
Okay. I'm going to go to the barman. And in a fairly loud voice, I'm not shouting, but I'm being like, making sure people around me can hear me. I'm going to say, barkeep, this is the little stew, isn't it?
Wah, wah, wah.
You see him sort of look towards you, and you see a very subtle little double tap of the first 2 knuckles on the hand on the bar, which you would recognise as a thieves' cant challenge to identify yourself. if you know the code. As he looks around and says, "You looking to die, boy?"
Oh, I just heard that there was none fiercer than those pirates of the Little Stew.
Make a persuasion check, or just a don't kill me check. You can choose.
Did you respond in thieves' cant?
Yeah, I'll hold fire for a second.
You playing with the devil, boy.
I'm trying to get these guys riled up.
Oh God. don't particularly want to fight today, Judas.
Speak for yourself.
Alright, Gorgor, calm down.
Oh
Says,
God.
Pirates is right. The fees they charge to berth your ship here.
So is this not the Little Stew then? What fine drinking establishment is this?
Make a perception check.
I mean, I'm assuming this is the Imperfect Liar.
It is the Imperfect Liar. You saw the sign outside. You can see one of the patrons of this fine establishment has taken quite an unkind eye, sitting next to you, sort of stooping over his drinks. You can sort of see his hand just clench around the bottle in front of him, and it's quite clear to you what's going to happen next.
I'm going to put my hand on my sword, like on my sword hilt, and say, "Do you want to lose that hand, friend?"
Make an intimidation check.
I cannot roll over the 10.
I mean,
The last 3 rolls have been 10.
I want to do a spell, but I know it's going to make it worse. yeah, I know it is.
Because that's what Okran normally does, so what's stopping you?
Am I seeing this happen?
After I say that, I would like to indicate to the barman in Thieves' Cant that I'm an employer. I'm someone looking for staff or help.
So Thieves' Cant is quite a brief language.
That's what I mean. Like, how would you think I could best describe that?
The first step you would take would be to do the double rap of the knuckles on the bar again.
I'll do that.
Show that you are a similar knower of the Thieves' Cant. Outside of that, usually it's hidden within card games of searching for.
Do you think I should do this?
Searching for information. If you bear with me just a minute, I've got notes from a little ways back of the phrases that you could use that would sort of.
So, Stream, do you think I should cast this spell?
Dispel?
No, this spell. I'm showing a spell on stream.
Let's kill them all.
I don't like killing people. But then the issue with this, right? The issue with this spell, I'll put it back on the screen.
Yeah, and I know. It's obviously
They
it's that
know.
fact-
Yeah.
They know you fuck with them.
Yeah. They know I fuck with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
However, they become, you know, less lippy, right? It's just normal. Kill them all.
More likely to start a bar fight.
I'm gonna look at Judas because I'm out of my comfort zone. I'm gonna look at Gorgamor and I'm like, ah.
To indicate that you'd be interested in sort of paying someone either for information or for work would be to ask for a game of Quick Queen's Call.
And that is what I shall ask him for. I'm gonna be looking at the barman when I ask for that after I do my two. But I'm keeping an eye on this guy next to me.
Okay, he sort of looks you up and down. You can see the hand relax a little bit and says, "You think you're that guy, do you?"
Can I stand in between Judas and this other person?
You can, yeah. Stooped a little bit with your head half in smoke.
I'm gonna say, I think I'm the guy with a bigger friend.
I'm gonna stand next to Gorgamor. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it.
Then I'm gonna say, and the shinier one. I'm gonna say like a joking manner to kind of break the tension.
Yeah, all right, I'll go with it. And I'm gonna look like I'm bellowing my cloak a little bit.
The barkeep sort of leans in over the bar quite close to you, Judas.
Yeah.
So, looks you in the eyes and says, "I'll ask this once. You got a problem here, boy?"
Well, I am looking to travel to the Cursed Isles on the Oslimian to find Sigil of the Twilight Shards.
Twilight Shark.
Twilight Shark. I need men that are man enough to accompany me. Do you have such men here?
He looks you straight in the eye, starts to turn his lip a little bit, and then cracks a smile and says, "As long as you're the only one with the problems, I own no men. Find your own."
But I'm sure you could point me towards the men that are in need of currency.
He nods over to one of the booths in the far back corner and says, "They'll be up for a game."
I'm gonna nod, put a gold on the counter for him, and walk over to that booth.
As you start to walk away, you see the barkeep. You hear the barkeep shout, "Where's the rest?"
I'm gonna look at him. Say, how much do you want?
Looks at you and looks down and says, "Fair amount, plus extra for the insult for the Pulver's coin."
I'm
How much he wants?
Put him.
How much do I think he wants?
Make an insight check.
Gorgamor, it's now the time for shiny scalp.
Sorry?
It's now the time for shiny scalp.
Oh, there you go. That's a bit better.
Oh, yeah.
Shiny scalp. Did you see the DM, Tom?
Did I what?
The DM.
He's mad. You look him up and down, and anything less than sort of 30 or 40 gold is only going to make the situation worse.
Jesus Christ, that's expensive.
So I'm in a tricky situation here. Should I kill him or should I pay him?
Oh look, there's something
See
by the
what's going on in my
door.
mind?
I'm gonna go over to this door and have a look outside for a minute. I'm outside.
fine.
Okran walks away.
I know the key word to go away.
I'm gonna
I'm
walk up to him, and I will take out 1 platinum's 10 gold, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I'll take out 5 platinum, put them on the bar, and just look him in the eyes as he takes them.
He pulls the coin over to his side, drops it behind sort of like the main bar area into the little sort of preparation bit for drinks. Looks you in the eye and says, "And your drink at this fine establishment, sir?"
Whatever you've got on tap.
He walks over and starts to pour one of the ales out of the taps. Pulls it back over and places it on the side.
I will take it, and as we're walking away to the booth, I will pass it to Gorgomore.
Okay, Gorgomore, you're up a drink.
I'm going to start drinking it. Never one to turn it down.
Yeah, walk over to the booth.
Okay, you head over and you can see the 3 gentlemen sat around a table, and in the centre of the table, each has placed what looks definitely to your sort of a little more experienced eye in travelling the seas as 3 captain's hats. I sort of all sit back a little bit and look you up and down.
I will.
The one closest to you, an elven fellow with a dirty great scar down from the right eye down to the chin, almost sort of in the line of a tear. Looks at you and says, "You lost?"
Seeking companionship.
You calling me a whore? Leans a little forward.
I would not mean to insult you. That is not the companionship I'm after. More the companionship to go on an adventure. High risk, high reward.
Sounds like my kind of adventure.
Do you know of Seagal?
Make an insight check to see what sort of reactions you catch around the table.
25.
There's 2 humans and an elf. The initial one that you're talking to is the elf. Across from him, there's a half smile creeps across his mouth as he looks back towards the elven character and says, "Another guy?
Is he a friend?
He's a prick."
That is the kind of answer I was looking for.
Glad I could be of assistance.
How much for you to take me to him?
God.
Well, we do have someone to help us get there.
Looks to the right and looks to the left and says, "What you got?"
Now, I've now looked at a couple of ships and done a bit of seafaring.
You guys also were going to charter a ship, weren't you?
Yeah, exactly. So I've done a bit of research into this. How much do I think this should take? Do I have any
Hard to
idea?
tell with the reputation with a less reputable person, and sort of with the danger of the voyage. It's not so much as a matter of the amount of time that it's going to take, more of the level of risk that you're asking this guy to take on. 10,000 gold easily.
Is that something that the group would be happy with? Yeah,
You don't know.
Yeah. I'll say to the guy like, I don't want to offend you with a lowball offer. I don't want to insult you, so you know this risk far greater than I. What sum would make you happy?
Yeah, looks at you and says, with an inquisitive eye, thinks for a moment and says, "What do you know of Seagal?"
What do I know of Seagal?
You never knew the name before.
Tiny, what do you know?
I know that he is the pirate captain of the Twilight Shark. And I know that he had recent dealings with some frost giant raiders and a magi, involving a gilded oak chest with a fell sigil atop it that may be linked to the curse that kept him and his like close to those isles. And that is why we wish to see him.
The elf in front of you sits back, spreads his leg a little bit wide, and says, "Is that right?
This is what we're aware of.
Some fell chest, you say?"
Do you know of it?
I know of what he's been doing. Didn't know that's where he got it from.
What has he been doing?
Hunting.
I love hunting. What is it that he's hunting?
People.
My favorite.
Coin. Anything and everything. They say he has power over some eldritch spirit.
That would be the same creature that now harries the isle.
It'd be a fine spirit to control.
Is it something that you are capable of controlling?
If I had a chest like him, who knows?
Well, I'm sure if we were to give you that chest, the price would drop considerably.
Make a persuasion roll.
Good job.
Looks back at you sort of from his sat back position and says, "You're funny."
I'll try my hardest.
You got a name?
My name is Judas.
Judas what?
My friends call me Judas the Loyal. No, I'm going to say to him, it's just Judas.
You said Judas the Loyal.
That's canon now, mate. That's canon. You should know Adam by now.
Says, "You know what my friends call me?
What's that?
Ulrich the Beastly. Think you can survive a day on my ship?"
I like
think
beasts.
I can give it a go. You seem like a trustworthy, honourable man.
Did he just say the beastly?
Yes, the beastly.
And I'm going to make claws grow out my fingers. I like beasts.
He's gonna look over towards you. So says to Judas, "How many?
How many what?
How many people you want moved?"
It says
The five of us and one other that we will meet off the coast near the swamps south of Valance.
I see 4. Where's your 5th?
Who's missing?
Okran went outside.
Uh,
Went a little bit, didn't he?
Our
Did
knightly
you
friend
see
that just walked
the,
outside.
Did you see the man that looked completely out of place?
Yeah, exactly.
The shiny one.
Stuck out like a sore thumb.
Nods towards Gorgamore and says, "Bring him."
Fuck.
Yeah, sort of. Okay.
You gonna let him tell you what to do?
I'm gonna have him like, Pokemon, you're a king. What?
you're his bitch now.
Fine.
Well, we all know who's the real king in this situation if anything goes down.
I'll go and fetch him.
You head back out the
Oh, Nawala.
main entrance, and you see Okran
Praying.
trying to ignore what's going on further down the street.
Oh, Nawala, forgive
Just
me,
gonna-
shall I have sinned?
I'm just gonna stick my head out of the door and whistle at him.
I like jump at it, right? Yes?
Need you inside.
Okay. Alright. I'm going inside. I go back. I go with Gorgamore. And Gorgamore says he needs something, so I don't question. Let's go.
Saying another prayer, you walk back into the.
Yeah, I'm gonna say as I walk back in, Nawala, I know that I am the eyes of you. Please just shut your eyes right now. So walk right into the building. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get used to places like this soon, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, right, I don't understand it, which actually is better for me. Because if I understood it, I'm sure it'll probably be worse. Alright, what do you need me for?
Whilst Gorgamore's out collecting Okran for a moment, he looks over to Judas and says, "You just want to meet this guy?"
Well, I'm going to look
Honest-
at Tiny. And then
Honestly, you just need to get us near him.
I imagine meet and say goodbye to.
It depends. We don't know the exacts, but we know that a great many people have been killed by this creature. Innocents.
So I am but a humble farmer. I follow my friend's lead.
And I am there to help some old friends.
Yeah. Nods
I'm
towards
making-
you and says, "You see, the problem is I didn't get much of that education thing, so I'm going to need you to be a bit more plain with me."
Is he directing that towards me or Tiny?
Towards both of you.
Okay.
Well, as you said, Judas, we should be open.
Yeah. I'm going to look him
This-
in the eye and say, okay, I kill people for fun and for money.
I like animals mostly, but the reason we're here, we are to meet with an old acquaintance of my people, who will help guide us. He is a man of the seas to this island, and there we will have to find out what exactly has happened. This creature is one of the reasons why the isle was called cursed. This friend's people is the one who found it there. And something that these raiders have done, or this pirate captain has done, has freed that creature. And if from the rumors you have just told me that he has control of something, then I wish to wrest control from him, and
Blah,
put things back.
blah, blah. Are you going to kill the prick or not?
Well, he won't be alive when we leave.
Considering how you talk about him, I doubt he will give up this item willingly. So that
And
may
let's
be the
make clear,
case.
it's not people that generally murder large numbers of other people that you have a problem with.
I see no problem with murdering large numbers of people.
Make a
Depends on the
persuasion or a
people.
deception check, depending on how true that is, as Okran comes back into the conversation.
Judas!
Tiny.exe has hit a problem.
He looks towards Tiny and looks towards Okran and says, I only ask because I need to know you can sail without causing problems.
Well, I can't sail, but if you need a man dead, I'm the guy for it.
Why is there a chicken? Oh, sorry.
A chicken clucks across the floor of the tavern.
I was going to say, the background sound has got a chicken going on.
It's just Tiny is like fucking like defensively turned into a chicken because he doesn't know what to do.
So, you summon me?
Summon the elector counts.
This is the gentleman that will be helping us on our journey.
Oh, excellent. Nice to meet you. My name's
Take a
Okran.
look at him. And he starts to read you in a little bit and says, there might be a few sins committed on my ship whilst you're aboard.
I've seen a few sins in my lifetime. I'm sure everyone has a reason to do stuff as long as they are happy to repent.
I'd just like to point out that I imagine Okran, as he said, I've seen a few sins in my lifetime. Side-eyed Judas.
Some may have been committed by my own hands. Some may not. So, I'm sure if it isn't downright murder and evil, then we'll be fine.
It depends. With us on your ship, are you planning to divert course and commit crimes despite us paying you to take us somewhere?
That's a good question.
I'm sure you will be able to
Make a persuasion roll.
If
Right.
all goes as you think will go, then I'm sure you might be able to get your share of something out of it.
Can I help him?
To anyone?
Don't need it anyway.
He looks back at Tiny and back at Judas and says, so, you want straight passage? No other jobs?
Yes.
Just a girl, where you kill him, and I get the chest.
Indeed.
What chest?
Yeah, yeah, hang on a minute. What chest?
You said about Tiny.
The one that we are using to rebind that creature to the island.
Yes.
Well,
Is Judas making any signs to me or anything, or just
We've already spoken
staring at me?
Like, I spoke about it and I was looking at you to see any reaction and you just didn't even twig.
I assumed it was some kind of, I don't know.
No, was that? That's.
Oh God.
That was the deal. Do you remember I said, "Oh, how much will the chest knock off the price?"
Oh, in a while I saved my soul.
This is the chest that we will be using to bind that creature back.
There's only one chest. There's only one chest.
Yes, and I'm saying that's the chest we will be using to bind that creature to the island.
The elf just sort of smirks a little and says, mutiny in the ranks.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to run now. Cheers, Tony. There's no mutiny. I just need a moment for my colleague here to get on the same page.
Take your moment.
I'm going to step away with Tiny for a moment. I'm going to lead him like away slightly, out of earshot of anyone else.
And then shank him?
And then I'll whisper to Tiny, I'm using the chest as a bargaining point. We're not actually going to give it to him, don't worry.
I had guessed. I was just waiting for some kind of sign for that.
Oh God.
Anything. Anything.
Worst case scenario, we will run away with the chest or we'll kill him. This is a dangerous man. I don't want to have in that chest. So tread very carefully.
I don't like it, but you are the one who knows these situations better.
Follow my lead. I'll go back and say, me and my colleague have discussed, and yes, sorry, he was not aware of the deal, but now he is, and he shall not disappoint.
We have a deal.
We have a deal. You still have to name your price.
30,000.
30,000. That's with the chest as well.
So looks at you and lifts his hands up. Says, Captain's got control of some eldritch beast. You want to go find it? You want to go hunt it? That's the price.
A third now and 2/3 on completion. Does that sound amicable?
2/3 now. A third on completion.
Half and half.
A persuasion roll.
I think that's a fine, great deal there, Judas.
At 10 again.
Yeah, I know. I'm really glad I've got decent modifiers. Though.
He looks at all of you and says, you stay in your quarters till we're close.
Yes.
Don't need you stirring trouble. And he looks pointedly at Okran.
We will stay out of the way. It is your ship, and we will follow your command.
So there's no chance of learning. Okay, fine.
I'm side eyeing Okran now.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, yeah, fine.
Looks towards you, Judas, and says, we leave at your leisure.
And we'll look at Tiny.
As soon as we can.
Tomorrow?
Gotta get some supplies, I suppose.
What sort
Like
of
what?
time? It's still fairly early, isn't it? Like midday.
Yeah, it's sort of like late morning.
We shall go to the bank to get your coin, and we will be ready in the morning. Where shall we meet you?
Look for the sinful brawler.
Of course.
What flag do you fly?
None in a port as fancy as this one.
How about at sea?
What need is there for flags with no other ships? He sort of smiles towards you.
Yes, that is a valid point. Adam, did you do any research on pirate flags?
Yeah, there's a whole thing here.
You doubting.
No. I know quite a bit about pirate flags. It's something I've read up on recently. Completely coincidentally, obviously, but yeah.
Judas secretly wants to be a pirate, that's why.
We're just seeing if he was like flying a red flag.
What's the name of this tavern?
The Imperfect Liar.
The Uncomfortable Tavern.
The uncomfortable Okran is that?
I need a drink.
There's a bar right there.
Gonna look at Judas and go, is it? Am I able to get a drink here? Or am I
We should go to the bank and get the money sorted first.
Okay. Yeah, whatever you say, boss.
Yes, boss, no boss.
I will look at the captain. He hasn't told us his name.
He has. Ulrich the Beastly.
Oh, he did. Sorry, yeah. Then you pull out your claws.
Yeah.
Beastly. I'll say Ulrich.
It's a really cool name.
We shall see you at the docks.
Come before dawn.
We should be there.
Nods towards you.
I will walk out and with my entourage.
You start to walk away.
What time is it?
So it's late morning.
I'm gonna go to Judas and go. Well, actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna wait until we go outside.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, I'm learning very quickly here.
Yeah, I will lead everyone out.
Okay, you head back through the smoky ceiling, trying not to cough as it's quite a pungent, quite a strong smell. Make a perception check, Tiny, as you're walking through it again, actually.
15.
It's a fun place.
Ah, yes.
Once
Full of fun guys.
You make your way out.
Is it full of fun guys?
Yeah.
Cool.
Am I getting high right now?
You make your way out, and you can see in the alley what Okran was trying to avoid noticing. Further down the alley, a couple enjoying the morning.
Nice.
Once we're kind of, away a bit, I'm going to be making sure. I'm going to be keeping my eye on to make sure we're not being followed or anything.
Make a perception check. I mean, it's better than a 10.
Yeah, but I mean, I rolled a lot of 21 to 25. That's where I roll.
I mean, if that's
That's
your average,
nuts.
you're doing well.
That's
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, but that's with modifiers like plus 13.
Yeah, you've got those modifiers.
Yeah.
My highest is a 10.
My highest is 15.
The highest is 16.
My highest is an 8.
I've got a couple of 16s. Yeah, I've got stealth and thieves tools at 16.
You look around and you don't see anyone following you for a moment as you sort of lead everyone out. But you do get the feeling that you're being watched. You can't place it, there's no one around, there's no sort of obvious flicks of movement, there's just a intuition.
I'm gonna tap Judas on the back and I'm gonna go, well done, Judas, you got us a ship. Are you happy though?
I'm always happy, Okran.
Good.
Let's play today. Let's find somewhere to sit more privately. I want to look for the bank.
Okay, you probably will have spotted it in your search for books, and being more towards the keep end of Dord. It's a good sort of 10-15 minute walk, but not too hard. Walking through the main thoroughfare is quite a well organised path where you're able to make good progress. So
I'm going to be keeping, obviously, an eye to see if anyone's following us still. Do you want me to roll again, or do you want me to keep using that roll?
roll again.
Oh, fuck.
Fucking hell.
Persuasion, natural 20.
20
Ah.
perception.
You have managed to convince everyone that there is someone following you.
I'm pretty sure, mate.
We'll take the first roll with the modifiers, as that was the actual roll. Keeping your eye about, there's definitely no one following you from the bar, but you can see a couple of people from the ships sort of snuck overboard as you walked past and have sort of come into the city at the same time, walking down the main route.
I'm going to try and lead us on a convoluted route then, to see if they're following us.
Okay, so you're not trying to lose them, just trying to see if they follow through. Make a survival check to navigate your way through. If you give me 2 seconds, you might have advantage on this.
I hope so.
Just looking at the things for your background. Yeah, you'd have advantage on that.
Nice.
You try not to stray too far from the main path, just so that you don't sort of end up in a dead end somewhere. but they don't seem to have followed you down the side paths.
Oh, okay, so it's more coincidence they were just walking in the same way.
Yeah.
I will then. So once I figured out that they're not coming after us, I'm just going straight to the back.
You head up, and there's the bright sign above the door of the Guild of Coins. You make your way in, and you are unaccustomed to not being recognised, with your wealth preceding you.
I will wait in line patiently with my colleagues.
You wait, and it's a good sort of few minutes wait as some people are just going little by little. You can see a little old grandma in front of you trying to put a few silver coins in her account, ready for her grandson's purchasing of some farmland.
Can I? Do I see this?
Yeah, you're stood in queue behind her.
Can I get her attention while Judas is in queue?
We're in the queue together. So
Excuse me, ma'am.
Starts to be a little flustered and starts to try sort of turn over some of the papers in front of her and looks back towards you. Yes.
Don't worry. May I ask? Fuck, how am I going to do this?
Come on, Okran, spit it out.
Sorry, I do apologise. You seem like a lovely lady. May I ask what you're depositing money for? I'm a man of the church, and I'm looking to help people.
Make a persuasion roll.
Yeah, I know. I just realised how weird this is right
yeah. Do priests have the same stigma there as here?
Do you have a plus 15 or do you have a plus 5?
Persuasion. Plus 15.
Oh wow.
I have a standard plus 15.
Oh wow.
Okay.
I think. Let me just check. Have I?
I suppose you got your expertise, haven't you? That's what
I
it is.
have, yes.
Yeah.
I don't have my thing added to it yet. I can get a plus 20 if I want to.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was included in your channel divinity. I was like, whoa.
No, not yet.
She looks back to you and says, have I done something wrong?
No, you have not, my dear. I'm just making sure everything's okay. How
my grandson's getting married. He wishes to buy a farm and move out of the city. I'm trying to scrape a little coin.
That is wonderful. One moment, and I'm going to look at the clerk, and I'm going to say to the clerk, I go, can I deposit some money for this lady, please?
So looks at you a little confused and says, I suppose there are no rules against that. Do you not have your own account, sir?
I don't, but I have the coin on me, so I can. I'll pay it directly in.
Very well. Sort of like turns back to the old lady. You can see him sort of giving a few sort of signs, trying to like work out if she knows you or something, or if you're holding her under duress.
Are you okay?
Yeah, not too subtle, but a little more trusting for the image rather than anything else. It says, and how much would you like to deposit, sir?
50, please. Gold.
Can I hear him like saying this and doing all this?
Yeah.
Okran, do you want some more?
More? Okay. 100 gold.
Said you. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I need to do a good deed today, and I think I need to do this.
Immediately twigging what he's doing, I'm just going to start like.
And I would like to deposit 100 gold into this lady's account so that her son can get married and have whatever he needs.
You see her hands start to sort of tremble a little bit as she's sort of looking around. She's almost lost for words, just sort of unable to comprehend. Sort of looking towards you, and
Don't worry, my dear. You are. This is from Nawala herself. She blessed me to look over you today, and I. You don't have to say nothing, do nothing, just accept it.
she just sort of stands there trying to collect herself for a moment, trying to sort of get her wits about. She says, "Thank you so much, Sir Knight. May Nawala bless you, child, and look over you." You can sort of see she's just sort of trying to find some way of saying thank you the right way.
And as soon as she says that, I'm going to go, no, Nawala blesses you, and I'm going to cast bless on her.
I'm going to turn to Judas and whisper really quietly that I've never heard of the grooming of old ladies before.
And the bless is helpful for the constitution save against the heart attack.
Oh no! Oh shit! Quick!
And a heart skip the beat.
Oh no!
Oh
See,
yeah!
sort of a little burst out of her chest.
There we go.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
I
So,
would just think that Okran only got involved when he heard about the grandchild, and was straight in there with "I'm a man of the cloth," just to let her know what to expect.
I'm a man of the cloth.
look,
You see a little sort of tears start to form in her eyes. She's thanking. She takes a little handkerchief out of her sleeve, holds it up, and just sort of dabs away her cheek and tries to shake your hand.
I'll shake a hand.
Thanks you again and again.
Thank you. Right. Now you have good health, my love.
And she sort of almost shakily starts to walk away from the clerk and back out into everyday life.
I'm gonna slap my hand down on his shoulder. You really needed to do that, didn't you?
I really, really did. I feel so much better now.
So with that done, you want to give 15,000 gold to the criminal pirate, yeah?
I'm not doing nothing. This is Judas.
With your good deed done, and a little old lady's life very much changed for such a huge sum of money to anyone outside of noble ranks. Life touched, life changed.
I think that's the right word to use. I feel reprieved right now. Or is that right? Reprieved?
Feel like you've repented.
Don't worry, the reprisal will come.
Okay.
Yeah, when I sink a fucking pirate ship and pull some shit from the fucking bottom of the ocean.
I really hope she don't spend it on drugs and alcohol.
Turns out she's the fucking matriarch. Turns out she's the matriarch of some fucking like criminal underworld in the city.
Yeah, and she's really deposited millions into her bank already.
Yeah, she's just going to buy some new kids to fight in the pits or something.
Oh mate.
Have I been reading your notes again, Adam?
Nope.
You've been reading nothing.
Yeah, I've got to call it a night. That's been
Okay.
going well this evening, so
Yeah, we're going to call it pretty soon anyway.
yeah.
So,
Alright, see you later, mate.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
you step forward with the little old lady being sped along by Okran. Teller behind the counter looks up and says, "In your own business, sirs?"
I point to Judas. He has business.
We would like a room to withdraw some money, please.
Do you have an account for which this will be?
Yes. I will show her my ring.
Looks over the ring for a moment, sort of starts to check the records and nods, and then says, "Very well, sir. If you would like to follow me." It walks along the back of the counter and then sort of lets you in a little sort of flip top part of the counter that just lifts up so you can walk through. and lead you through a small hallway lined with several doors on each side. Lead you back to the third room on the right. Opens it, and you can see what's a well-appointed room with a couple of small desks, a sofa, and a few more sort of little chairs around a small table. Invites you in and says, "We shall be with you shortly."
Lovely. Is this private that we can talk for a moment?
And you, as you sort of leads you all into the room, he says, "Yes, this is a private booth."
Lovely.
And closes the door once you're all inside.
I'm going to have a little quick walk around the room, see if I can hear anyone talking in the adjacent rooms.
Not difficult to do. The walls seem to be quite thick, quite well appointed.
Yeah. So then, I'll say to good. So, the plan is to have this pirate take us there.
Is the attendant in here with us?
No, she left.
No.
Okay, cool.
Just us, yeah.
Sorry. I
So-
blanked out for a moment. I was like,
To have this old Rick the Beastly take us there, and to have him help complete the job, and then to betray him.
wait, there's no way we can let him have this.
No.
If this chest truly does
item
control
is-
this beast, we cannot let him have it.
This item is too
You are
powerful.
correct. Yes, 100%.
So
Betray him in what way? What?
we may need to kill him.
Alright.
Okay, that was quick.
What?
I mean, I had a lot of persuading ready there, so I'm happy with that.
Okay.
No, there'll be a time where we'll, you know, things change.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a bad guy. You're a good guy. I'm going to do the deed for you, but you know, there's just no reason for you to step in and
This,
save him.
I know what you like to do. Your farming is very useful sometimes,
Yeah, exactly.
but it needs to
Okay.
have a reason, and you need to be able to talk about it at the end of it.
Exactly. I'll see my therapist at the end. Don't you worry.
Yeah, but do you repent for all the problems that you've done? and
I'm
caused?
sorry. I don't know that word.
You'll be ridding the world of an evil. That's repentance enough.
I save many a soul from the damnation of life.
As long as there's a reason,
That's for him.
We
and
must
no one suffers.
be on our guard that he does not simply betray us when we get there ourselves.
I got that. I got that idea when I was in the tavern. To be fair,
We will stay in our rooms, which we will make sure are next to
Room.
each
What, can we not get one?
room if there is better, but rooms more likely. Ships are not large and the rooms are small. I will be keeping an eye on all of us to make
Yep.
sure that we're also all safe.
hmm
But we need to be very careful that we do not get killed in our sleep.
Have we got any protection magics we can use? Like crap's not here, is it? Damn it. That'll be a question we'll ask later, I suppose.
Yes, it's called I'll sink the fucking boat if he does anything.
Well, no, you know, like
We can take watches. We can, keep an eye out.
you know how good my
have-
watches are.
Which is why we'll split up in the right ways.
We will all be ready to act when I say that we need to change plans. Until that point, we will do as we're told. We'll do as he tells us.
Yeah.
We will make sure the job is done to the best of our abilities. We'll keep our heads down and out of the way.
What?
Well, when I say we may need to kill a lot of people.
What?
No, I mean like his crew. His evil, bad people crew.
Right, can we? Right, let's just not use that word at the moment. Yeah, all right.
We will save them from life.
Yes, not as good. Right.
We'll
What
deal
if?
with them.
What if he goes off and does his own thing?
What do you mean?
So if we get on the ship and we travel to the place that we want to go, but then he deviates.
Well, we've paid. This job is going directly there. Yeah, if he deviates, we'll deal with that then. But he's the sailor. None of us are sailors.
Yeah, I know.
However, we will have a druid of the coast with us who very much knows sailing and where we need to go.
Yeah, so I think it will be not so much of a planning, but more of a reacting. That's what I'm saying. If we feel the need to react, one of us will take charge if it's something that needs to be done imminently, and the rest of us will follow their orders without much questioning.
Yeah.
So if Okran, you see something happening, maybe not so much Okran. If you see some bad stuff happening, interject. But if you see they're about to betray us, you're going to say, right, guys, it's go time.
Yeah, okay.
And there won't be questioning that. It'll be like a shit. Let's kill all the pirates, or disable them, take them down, whatever. But it'll be straight away. We will take care of things. So whoever notices it will take charge and we'll go.
Yeah. Okay.
Is everyone in agreement there?
Uh-huh.
We won't speak again of these plans.
Nope.
I'm keeping my ears open, by the way, Adam, just to see if I can hear anyone holding their breath.
One quick. I'm going to light the lantern of revealing and look around the room.
It's a bit late.
See no changes within the room. There's the
I'm
lantern
standing in the
revealing
corner,
sheds
invisible, like.
small candle.
So no one in the room invisible.
Also suggest to the group that we keep any abilities and strengths as secret as possible.
Kind of feel like mine are obvious.
Yeah, but
yours can't
maybe-
be dampened very much.
maybe Tiny doesn't need to show the full extent of his power. Maybe if he downplayed his abilities, they would think, oh, he's merely a lone...
Oh no, all I can do is create fire in my hand.
Exactly.
Oh look, 300-foot wall of water.
Exactly. So when it does come to turning on them, or them turning on us and us defending ourselves, we would be much more formidable than they were expecting. So try to do things as simply as possible, and don't be afraid to tell people that you are too weak to do something.
I'm too weak to do this.
Exactly.
Find someone else to do it.
You talking about your oath?
No.
You know.
Who said that?
Oh.
You challenged my oath.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read as
Lieutenants.
you take a minute to wait for the clerk to come through. Your mind casts back to the time that you try not to think about, the time of great sadness, of loss, of anger, and a hazy week, and then only of regret. And in your recovery and in your time of trying to make amends, the oaths you swore before the brothers of your knighthood. All people begin life in an innocent state, and it is their environment or the influence of dark forces that drives them to evil. By setting the proper example and working to heal the wounds of a deeply flawed world, you can set anyone on a righteous path. Innocence. Change takes time. Those who have walked the path of the wicked must be given reminders to keep them honest and true. Once you have planted the seed of righteousness in a creature, you must work day after day to allow that seed to survive and flourish. Patience.
I'm working on Judas.
Very true, very true. And with that, a couple of raps on the door as the clerk tries to indicate his return.
Come in.
He enters. He takes out a relatively thickly bound ledger, places it on the desk in front of you, waits a couple of minutes as he tries to find the right page, and looks towards the group and says, "And how much? What are you wishing to do this day?
15,000, I assume.
Yes, 15,000. How's everyone for money as well while we're here?
I'm fine.
Got
160 gold.
Are you looking for that in coin, in gems, or in notaries?
In coin.
Very well.
I'm pretty okay for money.
I can share mine if need be. I got lots.
He takes through some of the ledgers, finishes writing it out, and leaves the room for a quick moment before returning with a couple of people with a large cart containing upon it a chest around 1.5 feet by 1 feet deep by 1 feet tall, with handles on each side of a sort of a thick iron. The clerks with them both sort of lift it up each end and bring it into the room and place it with a thud and the slight clink of coin as it lands on the table in front of you.
Yeah, I was saying to Tiny, is this something that can go in the bag?
Will it fit in the bag, Adam?
Yeah, it's just about small enough.
Then yes.
I will ask you guys to put it in the bag then. Is there some signage you need? Let's be directed to the clerks.
Yeah, the clerk says the accounting has been made.
Thank you very much. I am very pleased with the service here.
So bows just a tiny bit and smiles towards you. Says, "Is there anything else we can do for you today?"
No, I think that is all. I'm going to gesture at everyone to see if they're in agreement.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that is everything.
He nods and says, "Then I shall return to my work. You may stay as long as you wish."
Lovely. Is there anything else we need to discuss in private?
This is a good place to do it.
That's what I mean. Any guys bring anything up?
Not that I can think.
Not right now.
So we go find somewhere to stay, maybe somewhere a bit more reputable than the Imperfect Liar. Then at first dawn, be ready to board the ship and to be on our guard at all times.
Do we need to buy any rations or something for the trip?
I think we're pretty well stocked up already, aren't we?
Or any special things for the water? I don't know.
Rations.
So yeah, let's find like a place where we can stock up our rations. I mean,
no, I think we've got quite a few rations.
I've got like 20 on me.
Yeah, no, I didn't know whether there's anything specific we needed for the sea journey.
Can't think of anything.
No, like there'll be something and we're like, oh yeah.
Oh, let me just pop back to shore and back, because if you can do that.
Of course we can, yeah.
Well, you can teleport back to where the ship was when you left it.
True.
Don't have to swim a little bit.
True.
We'll probably end up the other side of the world.
Yeah. I suppose it's Cramfcast, isn't it? Not
Slingshot.
Tamaroni.
Cran's the one that's thrown us into a mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Cramfcast, isn't it? So we'll probably end up somewhere wrong.
So it's only Estrin.
This is not Jabala.
Hey, Jabala will do me a favour.
If he's attempting to teleport again today, he's used both his 7th and 8th level slots, so he won't be able to.
That's right. Yeah, we go for like I think a long rest.
Yes.
My ideal is make sure we're stocked up on rations, which I'm pretty sure we are. If anyone wants to grab anything in specific, we'll grab it. But then it's going to kind of be like a really big long sleep, ready for the next like few weeks of spare sleep because we're scared we're going to get stabbed in our sleep.
We won't get stabbed in our sleep. I can feel it.
Okay. I mean, just like you can feel the knife in your back when you're sleeping.
No, Judas. Honestly, I don't think. I think we were going to be fine.
I mean, these guys are very trustworthy. Yeah, you're right.
I'm sure. Instead of a knife in the back, how about scratching the back? You scratch their back, they scratch your back. You know?
Yeah.
I don't think
yeah.
I want to be scratching their back.
I mean, we're going to scratch their back by paying them 15,000,
Exactly.
and they're probably going to scratch our back by killing us.
If they want more money,
can
then
try.
they won't kill us.
But so it's a lot of money for high risk, or they could take a decent amount of money for no risk at all.
I don't know. It's pretty risky starting a fight with us.
Yeah,
Not that they know that.
yeah, exactly. Not that they know that.
They will.
Um,
They will. I'll put something in their food. I mean,
I really wanted to show off in that pub, but I thought I better not. I better keep like all my abilities hidden.
Hey man, I was ready. I was ready.
Yeah. Oh, that-
What I
did you-
linked
Sorry, carry
to
on.
Tom was a sunburst, Adam.
Yeah.
Just pop this, we'll survive. They
Oh,
probably won't.
I was getting ready to walk in the middle of the room and just turn all the lights off and start hacking at people.
That escalated
fucking
quickly.
hell. Right, we gotta talk.
That
We have to talk.
that got a bit fucking 0 to 100, didn't it?
You were just on like sunbeaming them all.
Sunbursting.
Right, what?
More damage.
Why are you not murder hobos?
We're not. That's why we're not done it.
You're not killing them properly. You need to tie them up, make sure that you can see them, then you slowly torture them to death.
I think it's taking too far.
You need to talk to somewhere else.
It's just wrong.
Yeah, no man. What the fuck?
I thought I'd join in.
I would like to point out, actually, now I've just remembered, you said after the last session, Adam, we'd get some XP and that for dealing with the tribesmen.
I did, yes,
did.
quite correct.
We haven't slept yet though.
We're now about to.
We have since that.
Oh, we have, yeah, in town.
Just go back 3 minutes. So you'd each gain Talon, the tribe. We did the dragon stuff, didn't we? So it would each be 1,800 experience.
Cool.
Gorgon was fishing for it now.
Yeah, I am.
He needs to.
Every bit he can get.
Yeah, he needs to try and catch up. Oh, they've updated D&D
Yeah, I
Beyond.
noticed that. I'm at.
Just
Yeah.
quickly,
Yeah, the app's out now, isn't it?
yeah, I was going to say if you downloaded the app,
I have not.
No.
it's got it's not an app like you'd think it is to use this website. It's got like all the books and stuff on there.
Yeah, that's the old
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, it's really good.
I'm at 171,052. So 171,052.
Pretty up there.
Nice. And then are we having a long rest now then? Is that what's happening?
I think if we leave it there, in the Guild of Coins, then you can decide you can hunt for a tavern or a place to sleep.
Yeah, it'll
we
be
go to the pirate ship.
Sounds reasonable.
Yes. Right. So we're finishing it there, are we?
Yeah, we're going to call it there.
Okay.
sounds good.
I didn't even do that. Right, cool. Just sort this out. Alright. Well, let me just do this and turn the music off. Nice. Wow. That was an interesting session. 5 hours, 25 minutes of going up north to the swamp, finding a derelict village that has been hit by some sort of water with no one around, and then we decided to go further north. We found a ship. We jumped on that ship. Well, no, Tiny jumped on that ship and spoke to the captain, who then guided Tiny to further north again, and then we found a fisherman, a little village, where we discussed on his order, and then we found it in a cove the actual people of the order, which were disguised as seagulls and a shark. So with Tiny talking to his order, he finds out that there's people like giants and evils being had on an island off the coast that's causing havoc upon these people. So persuading and talking to each other, we decided to go help them out. And we're not really seafarers, so we're having to find a way of finding a ship with a captain, and then get this ship with this captain to this island to then finish off this evil entity, remove this evil entity, and fix all the problems. However, a bit of a hiccup from the teleportation spell from Corinth, we ended up in a different town, city. We fixed it, and we went to Dord, ended up in a very shady tavern. Then the Okran's not very good when it comes into shady taverns, so let Judas do all the work, and Judas did a very fine, fantastic job doing so. However, he's still got issues that we need to talk about. I managed to secure a captain. He's very, very shady. There were some discussions about backstabbing this captain and all sorts of malarkey. We went to the coin place to get the payment, the first third of the payment to the captain. I saw an old lady deposit money into her account for her grandson. I think it's grandson who's getting married, buy farmland, that sort of stuff. So I decided to do a good deed and put 100 gold into her account, which hopefully balanced the bad stuff I saw in that tavern. Did my good deed for the day. After that, we decided to sit down and discuss plans and tactics, even though some of the plans weren't exactly what I like to hear, but it's all good discussing it. It's more of on the day discussion. You can clearly see if someone is unfixable or fixable in regarding to their nature of what they want to do, whether they're evil or whether they're actually going to repent. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be awkward as well. So we decided that after that we're going to go and get a long rest into a nice tavern, chill out, then go, because we think we're going to have an interesting travel to this island. Right, so again, if you've watched from the start to the finish, I applaud you for that. That is a long session, but I appreciate this. And again, you are wonderful people for viewing me today. Special thanks to Fangy 69872 for the follow and the host, and Brad So 90 also for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. If you are unfortunate enough to miss some of the stream, or you had to go midway, then this stream will be available on my YouTube channel within 24 hours. You can find the link in the description. Tomorrow is going to be The Last of Us 2 playthrough during the day. Hopefully finishing the story. I don't think I'm that far away at all. Then we're going to aim for that platinum status for the trophy. That'll be Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday we should hopefully go back to D&D. What else? So yes, I appreciate you if you can like, follow, share, subscribe to my YouTube, to my Twitch. That will help me out massively. If I hit 50 followers, as you saw in the main stream, at the very bottom there is a tracker for this. So if I hit 50, I will do a personal one-shot for the viewers. So I'll include the viewers, and if that means doing a couple, I'll do a couple. It's just to give back for the people that are given to me. So I appreciate that. And then eventually you'll slowly start seeing this stream develop into something fantastic. I've got a capture card on its way, and I've got some brand new art and animation on its way as well, which I'm so excited about. So without further ado, I again appreciate you watching and viewing, and hopefully see you tomorrow. Am I live yet?